Hello, everyone. You can't see me, but I am here. Coffee. Background running tech. I'm behind you.
I hate when people do that to me on my live.
What? Welcome to a very special one-shot of Thirsty Sword Lesbians with Gay Master Keisha. Woo! I don't want to like max out the mic.
Stop!
Oh, you.
Oh.
This is a one-shot Tabletop Gamers, who is a nonprofit organization US LGBT spectrum community. Met them at GaryCon a couple years. Wonderful. And that's why we're here. If you donate for the end of our break today, prize pack that cutting in and out bad. What the fuck? Thanks, Artemis. How bad? Am I cutting out for you guys?
No.
Let's just stream.
Okay.
Dick.
Cool.
Wow, Maggie.
That sounds about right.
Just
Yeah,
my...
I just turned on stream. I can hear you just fine.
I don't know. I blame Charlie as well. Let's start again, shall we? Not from the top, because we are raising money for Tabletop Gamers. We are looking to do a giveaway after break. So if you donate before the end of break today, you will be entered our prize pack, which includes stickers and a t-shirt, a mug, and other gay shit. Send it to your house, so just be comfortable. Dress, otherwise we will not be able. So
We're gonna know where you live.
we're gonna know where you live, and we're gonna make it creepy by looking you up on Zillow. What do you mean it's all cutting out? What the
I blame my audio.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
At least the captions aren't cutting out.
Oh, and our audio
Or do they do
board
that?
isn't. They do if you speak too quietly or don't enunciate.
Well, hell.
Along with raising money for Tabletop Gamers, if you go to our merch store, tinyurl.com/vacmerch, you can look at some of our gay designs, and if you buy one of those, that money will go directly to Tabletop Gamers as well. Bigley. Bigley. Last but not least, our sponsor for tonight is Canadian Dice. You can go to canadiandice.ca, code TheVacTair, all one word at checkout, for 15% off of your order. Maggie's Dice Pick of the Week this week is hamburgers. I'm not saying that, Artemis. I'm sorry.
What a great name.
It's burgers because burgers are boigers.
Boigas.
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 Boiga! But yeah, I would personally have called it like McDyson fries or something, but what do I know?
Tomorrow is National French Fry Day.
I also have French fries right in front of me. They smell delicious. Parmesan and garlic on them.
Oh, you are
So,
not eating fries and running our
How
stream.
did you
for
resist
us.
this long?
Wow, you're so selfless.
Desperation.
Oh,
Anyway.
Korean cheese pancakes.
Take it away, Keisha. So,
Well, hello everybody. I am DM. Well, no, GM, Game Master, Niche, and welcome to TSL. This is going to be a fun little, potentially one shot. We'll see how it goes because I have a bad habit of extending these into kind of more like mini campaigns. But you know, it's fine. We'll see how it's good. It'll be great. But yeah, this is going to be a story that is technically a continuation from a previous one shot that I did, the Yule Duel, but you do not need to know what happened in order to enjoy the story. It's basically just taking 1 month later, and we are going to hop aboard the Misfit and sail across the sky towards basically a magnificent wedding that's to take place. But before we get to that point, let's go ahead and introduce all of our players, and everybody can kind of give a description of who we're playing, kind of what they look like, and we'll kind of take it from there. But I think I'll just go ahead and start with Kayla.
How did I know?
Haha.
Wow. It's almost like
Sure.
it's almost like I'm your partner in crime on a podcast that we have.
I know, like what? What is
Wow. Hi everybody. I'm Kayla. I'm one half of the Potions of Potpourri podcast. Keisha is the other half of that podcast because that's how halves work. There's usually two of them. You can find us wherever you stream your podcast. We are casual and goofy and talk about D&D in a chat format. I am playing Thirsty Sword Lesbians yet again tonight with some really fun people from the Voctaire. I love playing this game with y'all. It's usually so fun and so gay. I am playing the Nature Witch this time, which is a playbook I've never gotten to try before, and I'm very excited to try. And my character's name is Pedaline, and she's a little fawn. She's got little goat horns, little goat nose, has the creepy goat eyes. Unfortunately, I'm sorry about that, but she's cute as heck, so hopefully the eyes don't scare you too much.
All right, Cedar.
Huh?
Would you like to introduce yourself and the character of which you are playing?
Okay. My name is Cedar the Barefoot. I'm Cedar the Barefoot all across the social medias except on Twitter where I'm Barefoot Cedar because there wasn't enough letters available in the @
Oh.
It's not because it was taken or anything, it's just because there's not enough. Otherwise, I would have to be my gamer tag on Microsoft, and people don't need to know that. Anyway, I am playing out of the playbook. I've played this game a couple of times before. I'm familiar with it. I've played this system in a couple of different types of TTRPGs because it uses a similar system for a few other games, and I do like this system because it's simple to drop in and out of. So I'm taking out of the playbook called The Seeker. I've never played this before. Ever. I'm a little nervous about it. I said it earlier, I'll say it again on stream. It's much like a recovering Catholic. And it's being played by a filthy, dirty pagan who doesn't know how to be straight. So that's a thing. Anyway, her name, she, her pronouns. Her name is Persisis. And she is in Bigley's entourage.
What could go wrong?
Oh, and yeah, no, what could go wrong? She's got I guess you could say she's kind of looking like a tiefling. She's got yellow horns and yellow markings on her face and such. And she's got a little button nose. And what did you say, Kayla, when I sent a picture of what she looked like?
She needs a hug.
She looks like she needs a hug. She does have a nervous look about her, a sad look about her, just constantly. Like that. For those of you who are listening to this in audio format, just picture me with a slightly blank but still quite sad, as if the arms of an angel were playing in the background while looking upon my face.
Oh.
Benito.
So hopefully you get at least a hug in this game.
Don't touch me. That's inappropriate.
All right. Link, would you like to introduce yourself and your character?
Yeah, I'm Link. I ghostly reverb on like everything. I have never played this before, so it's going to be fun and exciting to watch me try to figure things out on stream live. And yeah, I'm playing Acantha, who is devoted. And she is a crew member of the Misfit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Misfit.
Yes.
Misfit maybe.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, Kane.
Hi. I am playing the Beast. Onyx, they, them pronouns, gender queer, actually. Basically a punk werewolf with way too many spikes.
Heck yeah.
Big dick
Don't
energy.
hurt me, it will hurt.
All right.
Joke's on you. That excites me.
Save it for the game. So we're going to go ahead and hop right into it. So we begin at the edge of a beautiful castle where 1 month prior, it was where the Yule Duel was held. It was a rather interesting event, but probably the most interesting of all is the fact that there were two particular people that found love in each other. One of them is King Bigley Buffman, king of Heteronormia. He is exactly as he sounds, but maybe a little bit different. He initially had arrived at this kingdom in the hopes of proposing to the queen and forming a sort of union between his kingdom and hers, but instead he ended up falling in love with none other than Fettersworth. He was basically an advisor to the queen here, and he and Bigley knew each other, sharing correspondence, somewhat secretly, for some time before Bigley finally presented himself in person, and now they are together. They have decided that they want to go back to the kingdom of Heteronormia and have a wedding, but one that not only is the catalyst for the beginning of their new lives together, but also to change the ways of Heteronormia and the rather binary laws that they enact there. It's very outdated and very much needs changing. And so they feel it upon themselves to start that change. You all are going aboard the Misfit Maiden, which is it's a nice ship, well enough. It's been through some storms, that is going to soar through the skies and traverse all kinds of potential dangers to get back to Heteronormia. Because while many are very happy to see the couple and want to support them, there are unfortunately those who disapprove of this pairing, for it is not of Heteronormia ways, and they may want to try and thwart their wedding. So not only are you charged with transporting them safely, you are also charged with making sure that nothing happens on the way there, that they remain together and nothing goes wrong. So we will go ahead and start with everyone already on the ship, the final boxes and crates and barrels of wine and drink being brought aboard, all of the things that, of course, Bigley had ordered because he needs it to be a large extravaganza. He needs everyone to know what this is all about. He needs it to be explosive and seen from all across the land. So while that's all being loaded up, Misfit Mayhem, who is the captain of this ship, keeping a keen eye on everything that's going aboard the ship and just making sure there's no shenanigans happening, decides to check in on her crew. So to paint a picture of Misfit Mayhem, she is a harpy. So she is human and has a lot of bird-like features. You can see that atop her head, her plumage that's like reds and blacks were in the shape like a captain's hat. She has her wings constantly, usually draped about herself instead of like a coat or cape, and they just kind of trail off onto the ground. She wears a corset made entirely of rope because she's very good with knots. And she has very loose trousers so that she can move freely about her ship. She flips over to two particular crew members of hers to see how they are faring and just making sure that all is well before they take off. The two that she walks over to are Onyx and, hang on, I'm getting everybody's names, and Acantha?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, what do you see yourselves doing in preparation for the voyage?
I feel like the Onyx would be helping loading. They're pretty beefy.
Makes sense. Yes,
Beefy
you're
boy,
usually the one that does
B-O-I.
like the heavy lifting.
Right. Like the swimmer's body. We'll go with that.
Big old delts.
Yeah.
Mayhem, like going all the way up to you, like takes a step back just to admire as you lift and you're carrying these heavy boxes, and she just approves of the form, and you know how to use your back. Or
Usually you don't.
your
Oh,
legs.
you were going
I
to make
guess,
an.
is
You, I got
proper.
it. You were going to make an
That's
innuendo.
something
I'm
else
sorry.
entirely. That's something else entirely. Later.
And what is Acantha doing?
She's probably like more just like making sure things go like where they need to go. Like directing people like where to put certain things or like who to take something to, like that kind of stuff.
Perfect. Yeah, so Mayhem usually has a rotating crew. It's pretty often, honestly, for there to be new members who are aboard for maybe just a couple of journeys, and then if they happen upon a place that they really fit in with and that they choose to stay, she's more than happy to say farewell and allow them to depart from the ship. And she just kind of has this constant flow of just whoever feels like they don't belong where they are, or they just want to like travel and just see the world, she allows them to join the Misfits. And the only thing she asks is that you just help out in whatever way you can, whether it's the heavy lifting, whether it's giving good direction, whatever it is that you can contribute. She's more than happy to have you aboard. You two have been here for quite some time, and you know how she is, how to move about the ship and how to work it. And she also has, of course, all of her little birds that are also kind of like her crew members that like flit about trying to carry what they can and trying their best to like help with the ship in whatever way. There's like one little bird with a little brush in its mouth, just, like cleaning the deck, and it's a whole thing. she steps forward. She's going to check in, I believe, with Onyx first. And she just reaches out and kind of slaps you on the back, and she says, "Excellent form, as usual, Onyx. How do you feel about this journey? I've never been to Heteronormia. What are your thoughts on this place, from what you've heard?"
From what I've heard, I don't like it.
Yeah.
How would you say? Focused on a particular way.
It's definitely not a place that was necessarily on my bucket list, but I guess at least it's a new adventure, so maybe we can cause some chaos once we're there.
Hopefully not too much, because otherwise that might go badly on my end.
Yeah, I think this will be quite the ride. I can feel it in the air. I can almost taste the adventure that we're about to have. Oh, yes. I hope you're ready for this.
Oh, I am very ready.
And she twirls about, and she goes over to Encantha, and she's seeing how you're directing everyone, kind of taking note as well, because Mayhem herself never really was that great at kind of giving directions. She usually just kind of let people do what they do and kind of move on. You're actually the one that makes sure that the ship runs more than Mayhem. And she goes over to you and says, "How you doing? How's everything looking? Does everything appear to be in order?"
Yeah, things are going pretty good. We're almost finished up, I think. Just a few more things to load up.
I always know I could count on you. I think I would just be a lost little bird if I didn't have someone to. Whoa. Sorry, I thought I saw something in the sky. What was I saying? Good work. You do excellent.
Thank you. I do my best.
And she just kind of airily trots off. Just as the final cargo load, whatever you want to call it, everything is being loaded up, that is when Bigley and Fettersworth appears. And the two are just kind of discussing some things. You can see that Bigley, as usual, is kind of just strutting about, acting as if he's the one that's almost like orchestrating everything that's happening, even though he has nothing to do with what's going on here whatsoever. Bigley is very fitting for his name. He is a rather large man, just filled with muscles, and he has long, curling, wild blonde hair and grayish blue eyes. He has a little bit of a beard going on. It seems like it's been some time since he had shaved, maybe, but doesn't seem to really notice. And he has on his fanciful traveling cloak and ruffled shirt, nice pants, of course. And the way he walks, he always has his chest out, standing proud, and he always just has that giant smile on his face. Just, oh, yes, oh, indeed. To no one in particular. Fettersworth, walking by him, much smaller stature. He has scraggly brownish hair, very large spectacles that just constantly slide down his nose. He just has to push them back up as he's speaking to Bigley. Very practical clothing. And he, as ever, has a notebook in hand and quill as he's writing everything down very hurriedly. As the two are striding forth towards the ship, just behind them, accompanying them, is Persisis. What is Persisis doing as you guys are approaching the ship?
Trying to keep up with His Highness.
Very
Moving
neatly
things
as
out of
ever.
the way that he may trip on.
Oh man, you got your work cut out for you. The way Bigley walks about, he literally expects things to just magically move out of his way. But it's actually Persistus just running around and trying to quickly move the rope or push aside the box or whatever it is that he is just blindly strutting towards.
Getting a look at the crew and whatnot.
What does Persistus seem to think of this ragtag crew?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Well put. Fettersworth would probably take note of Persis's discomfort, maybe disapproval, and he kind of leans in close and he says,
Don't worry, I looked into all of them, and they all seem very nice and very good at their job. And they'll be. I'm quite confident that they'll be able to take care of us on this journey.
Well, I do not doubt your capability, my lord. I don't much care for this crew that you hired. The mayhem? Does that not instill a sense of worry?
Sure, it's just a silly name, you know, we're not pirates, I think. Who would want to face someone named Mayhem? I'm sure there's something to it.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it's all we could really afford, so there's also that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Your Highness, please. Watch.
oh, yes. As he almost like steps off into the void below, because these are, of course, airships. It's not over the ocean. Instead, there's this plank leading up, and it's just, there's nothingness. And he's just about to step off, and you manage to catch his foot and direct it back onto the plank. Just a very smooth motion, and he continues on as if he didn't
Just
even
kind of
notice.
just do-si-dos with him and just like clings to the railing before she herself falls in his place.
Oh, Bigley, please, look where you're going!
Fettersworth like totters after him.
Mm-hmm. She like climbs back on.
Oh, it's going to be a lovely journey for Persistus, I'm sure. So the last of the crates are all aboard, and Mayhem makes sure to do one last look about. Fettersworth is also, going through the ledgers and just doing a count and kind of looking down again and looking back up and...
Counted everything so many times, but I think we have one too many boxes. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand.
And Bigley, who has immediately found his way to the prow, and he does the whole, pose, the captain's pose, and a gust of wind, blows through his gorgeous hair, and he just calls back, yeah, you're just holding on to him. He calls back to Fettersworth. Fettersworth. Of course, none of this makes sense. I don't make sense. I make gold. And he's just laughing maniacally into the wind. And Fettersworth in the background just...
Very good, Your Highness.
He's very good looking. He's so good looking. Yeah.
As everyone
Persistus will
settles
remember
in.
that.
Everyone settles in. Mayhem kind of looks about, and she kind of has this look on her face that Onyx and Acantha know very, very well. You've recognized this look. She seems as if she's up to something. And whatever it is, you can never guess, because that's Mayhem. You never know what Mayhem's going to do. So she kind of has that grin, and she sidles over to where most of all of the cargo and such, all of the crates, are nicely stacked and being lowered below deck. She clears her throat, and she says very loudly, very pointedly, "Well, it seems like we have everything we need." Oh, wait, oh, what is this? And she picks up a crate, and she makes it so you can really hear the sounds rattling, and she makes it very obvious, and it's you can see, those of you aboard, that it's an empty crate. She's kind of showing you, but she still continues on with this, and she kind of struts about. Again, her voice so loud. "Oh my! It seems we have a crate of kittens! I didn't order kittens. Guess I have to toss them overboard. Here I go, tossing the box of young, helpless kittens." And she, like, makes the sound of placing the crate on the edge of the ship and just, like, scraping it loudly. "Oh, if only there were someone here to stop them." She continues to inch it, as if she's kind of trying to call out someone very specific here.
Yeah.
And again, the rest of you have noted, it's an empty crate. What is Mayhem doing?
You see, Your Highness, this is why I do not approve of this crew that you hired.
Fettersworth is just kind of looking curiously like,
I think I'm beginning to see your concern.
Oh, I didn't realize I was talking to you, my lordship. I was
Oh.
talking to the
Oh,
king. My
sorry.
apologies.
Well, yeah, no, I'm sorry
My apologies.
that you're sorry. Oh, no, don't be sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My
Good.
apologies.
Yeah, so from like the corner of all the crates, you hear this kind of like rustling and scraping as the crates kind of like start to shift and move around. You're like, and the crates are like shifting around a lot, and all of a sudden this like kind of gangly looking younger woman comes out with, again, she's got like the little goat horns sticking out, a goat nose, like fawn style ears. She has a really bad haircut. Like, it looks like she tried to cut her own bangs, so it's just like super chunky hair, and then the long parts are done up in these little like cinchy braids. And she comes tumbling out of the cargo hold. She's like, "Wait, no, not the kittens! No, stop!"
Stowaway, vagabond! And immediately, she, Persisis, finds her way between Bigley and this stranger, and she draws a long and pointed rapier and holds it in third position.
"Oh, that's a really big sword."
Are you a spy? Have you been sent to kill the king?
I look.
You shall not pass me.
Petaline looks really nervously at Mayhem.
You must best me in
Initiative?
sword combat to get close to him's highness.
and Mayhem, chuckling at all of this, like, slides the box forward, shows that it is empty before tossing it
Oh.
over.
Oh. Well, that was
And
just a waste
Mayhem
of the
just says,
crate.
"Oh, there's where that came from. Actually,
That's
well, it's gonna land somewhere. Hopefully it's not on someone." Anyways, glad to see you show yourself. You want to
so-
properly introduce yourself to the rest of the crew? You're more than welcome to stay. If you want to go back into the crates, that's fine too, but...
I beg
Oh.
your pardon,
Thank you.
Captain.
Mhm. Yeah, you have it.
Like-
Here's my pardon. You... I don't know how this works.
I just kind of give Mayhem a little bow, and I'm like, I don't know how you knew I was here. I was just gonna be quiet until we got to Heteronormia, but I guess the jig is up. So I'm here. I'm Pedaline. I'm from the forest colonies. Hi.
And Fettersworth just gives like a little wave. And Bigley did not notice any of this at all. He's too busy laughing into the wind. And Mayhem
I
just
feel like Onyx. I feel like Onyx would probably just kind of like a curious sniff, just that way to recognize the smell, in case something happens.
Just go over and sniff her.
yeah, just one big. Mayhem would give you a little pat on the head and just say, "You're more than welcome. You can stay as long as you like. All I ask is that you just contribute whatever it is that you're able to, whether it's just, I don't know, helping carry stuff, cooking, cleaning, if you know a song or two, or
Cooking,
Wow.
just being around."
cleaning. I dare say that the king shall not be consuming any meals cooked by a stowaway.
Well, that's
I mean-
fair. I'm not a very good cook. I usually do like the hunting and the preparing instead. But I wouldn't want to eat my food either. That's okay.
A creature of violence, I see.
Well, no, it's just the circle of life, you know? I mean, things in the food chain have to eat to survive, and then those things give nourishment to the land, and then the land gives nourishment to the small things, and then the small things are eaten by the big things, and it just
Captain, a
goes on
heretic
like
has
that.
have found their way into your cargo hold. I must protest.
Well, we're already in the air, and I look nervously at Mayhem again, like I'm
Yeah,
not really
Mayhem
sure
just
what
on
to do.
cue picks the plank, and it's like, "Oh no!" And the ship starts to float off. Like, "Oh, it goes through the air!"
So you're not mad at me, Captain Mayhem? I didn't think I would be even allowed to be on the ship. And you just seem pretty cool with it that I'm here.
Mayhem would put like a very gentle arm around you and says, "Of course, I'm not going to be mad about this. I mean, we're not exactly a regular crew, if you couldn't tell."
I've never been on an airship before. I've never even been part of a crew before.
Whoa, twofer! You're a misfit now. That's all it takes to join. You want to join? You're in.
Super. Okay. Hi everybody. I like kind of turn and look at everybody in the ship now. Hi, I'm here, Pedaline.
Oh, by authority's commandments.
Well, now that that's settled, and Mayhem
She will
would
sheathe
turn
her
to-
rapier
yeah,
Oh.
it's been out this whole time.
back into the
It's like
folds
the-
of her skirt.
Quite the sword that you have there, knight, madam, sir. I don't know your official title. I'm sorry. What's your name and title?
I am the king's lady in waiting. You may refer
Oh.
to me as Persisis.
Persisis. That's a lovely name.
But I would ask you
Sounds
not
very
to
mighty.
associate yourself with the king. I do not trust you, and I will see no harm come to him.
Of course, I would never harm anybody on purpose.
Thinks back to when she said she wasn't a very good cook and thinks about accidental food poisoning. It's probably on purpose, but who knows? Maybe it was actually an accident, but still could be on purpose. And
That's
still,
a lot of assumptions.
yeah, there's like math happening around her head
It's just the equation, man.
the whole time. Just this
No.
worried doe look on her face.
Mayhem would take that
Very well.
moment to go to Acantha and kind of whisper to her and say, "You kind of want to show the new one around, show the ropes and like all the things."
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. I knew I could count on you.
Am
And she
I
gives you like
getting
a
the
little
job?
nudge.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure thing. You're hired.
Wow.
Acantha,
Yep.
please take it away.
If you want, you can follow me. I'll show you around. Figure out where you want to help
okay.
out.
Yeah. What kind of help do you need? I don't know how useful I can be, but at least, especially in an airship, this is definitely not what I'm used to. Yeah. I want to be helpful though.
Well, sometimes the effort is more important than the result.
Oh. Okay. She kind of like perks up at that a little bit. Like that makes the
Persisis
job
is
a lot
horrified
easier.
and starts to wonder who's driving the ship.
Oh shit! Mayhem runs over to the wheel.
Just spinning.
Yeah. The ship
I
this
think
whole
the
time is
entire
just
time Onyx is just judging Persisis.
yeah.
Just keeping Bigley upright.
The entire time.
Your Highness, please.
Look at me. Look at how I can stand upon this ship all by myself. My great big self.
Very good, Your Highness. Your Highness, would you not care to retire to your chambers?
Oh, very well. It has been such a long day. Oh, I did have to move about and tell everyone where to put the crates. And
Yes, sir.
I think I did something else too, but it was so much. I shall retire.
You stood triumphantly at the prow of the ship, sir.
Oh, thank you. I know. And he and Fettersworth go below deck to the little cabin that they have, especially reserved for
Persisis
them,
immediately just, yeah, right there.
just constantly.
Yes. They are never alone. It would be inappropriate.
Oh, that is true. That Fettersworth would take note of that, where he feels like they finally have maybe a little bit of alone time, but then Persisis is right
Persisis
there.
just like busts
every
in and like,
time.
it's like, would you care for some tea, Your Highness? My lord.
We need a lock system when we get back home.
Persisis makes note of that.
So the Misfit Maiden takes off into the air. This ship is powered by an interesting source. It is basically built to capture lightning as a source through the skies. Usually Mayhem actually intentionally, if she sees a storm, will direct the ship into the storm so as to capture more lightning and energy. And
Is this like
also
in a
because-
this is like in a flight pamphlet or something that Persisis is reading and it's just growing paler and paler?
It's a very outdated manual that's just like pages are torn and Mayhem kind of scratched some of it out and
There's
rewrote
like
other
dick drawings
things
and boobs and
just-
stuff.
Oh yeah, just all kinds of nonsense in there and like random recipes.
She
and-
checked the dashboard for
horrible
the flight
poems.
manual, yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
How highly inappropriate.
So yes, it is. It's
Look at this
very
workstation.
like electrical. You guys kind of constantly hear that like crackle of energy as it lifts into the sky and begins to soar through the clouds. This day is a very lovely day. It's clear, the sun is out, there's just a bit of a breeze. All of the little birds that are the rest of the crew members are just kind of like perched about sporadically across the ship. What is something that you guys would maybe be doing on the first day of the journey? As it's just a very smooth sail. Mayhem is probably constantly humming or singing very poorly random shanties that she picked up. And none of them are clean. They are like the dirtiest, filthiest shanties you can possibly think of that she just like belches out. Yeah, what would Onyx be up to?
Sorry, me as a person slowly dying. Honestly, I would say at some point, Onyx would probably most likely just kind of enjoy the breeze for a little bit before probably joining in with the shanties.
Excellent.
They've been here long enough.
Yeah, you know them well. I would probably almost imagine that you and Mayhem probably even came up with some as well that are just nonsensical, just absolute dirtiness everywhere. Acantha, how's it going? Looking after your newest apparent maybe crew member, Lean.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't the first time that Acantha's they've found a new crew member during the day randomly. So she's really used to like giving the tour, and she's like, and this one's supposed to be a bedroom, but we've just been putting crates in here, so... And then like over here we have actual bedrooms, but the beds are all taken, but you're more than welcome to sleep on the floor if you want. And just kind of like going through everything like that.
How's Pedaline doing? Are you taking in all of this newness and being introduced to the crew and being in the air for the first time on a flying ship?
She is wide-eyed, overwhelmed, and anxious. She is like sensory overload, processing everything as quickly as she can. She's pretty just like enthralled with the details of everything, you know, like how many beds are there per room? How do people have their beds set up? Where do you eat? How many cups do you use? What material are they? What do you use to clean the floors with? How long does it take to dry? She's just like asking Acantha like 1,000 questions every time she takes her to a new spot.
I think Acantha definitely would like happily answer the questions that she knows the answers to. And if it's like something very specific that she doesn't know, she's just like, who's to say?
Wow, this is all so interesting. I didn't even know that a ship could run on lightning before. Did they make ships like this? Can you harness lightning for other types of things? Like, can you power other things with lightning, or is it just the ship? Or do ships in general typically run on lightning? Can you power things with, like, air or water or something like that?
All great questions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have more if you want to hear them.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you run other things with the other elements? What about animals? Have you guys tried to use animal power before? We use animals a lot back home. Of course, it's always willing. We would never subject an animal against its will to do like labor that it didn't want to do, of course. But you know, like frogs can be very powerful, believe it or not. Like they can turn the water very quickly, and birds can do a lot of cool stuff. And yeah, this is all really interesting to me.
Oh, we definitely have a lot of birds around. I don't know if you've noticed.
I haven't gotten to go outside yet. I was really looking forward to that.
Yeah. I mean, they're always around, so, you know, feel free to start a conversation with any of them if you're ever feeling lonely.
They speak. Oh my goodness.
Well, they listen. And
That's
sometimes
great.
that's all you need.
It's true.
They are also great at emotional support. That is true. For Sissus, you are down below with Bigley and Fettersworth, and they were just like kind of getting out like a little mini charcuterie board and, you know, some wine and everything. You standing by, making sure that all is well and keeping an eye on Bigley, especially as per usual.
I tuck a napkin
When
into his shirt.
yes,
He lifts his head at the
yes.
right time, not even noticing.
Oh yes, it's just like it's a whole routine where he knows he like sits and he like lifts his neck and you tuck it in and then he's ready to go.
And
Such a
fork and
And at some point, you feel the ship kind of turn just a little bit, and Fettersworth goes, "Oh no!" and like dumps the wine all over Bigley's shirt. He's like,
Oh dear, not his good shirt. Oh gosh, it looks like you should go get a new one. And I'm pretty sure it's up on deck in the crate that's covered in locks on the far end of the ship. I think this is quite an emergency. You've got to go.
she's like dabbing. She's like dabbing at his shirt and everything, and she pauses and she squints over at Fettersworth and she says, "I do believe that the king's carry-on is below his bunk."
No, I'm pretty sure that got tossed overboard by Mayhem.
Her eyes grow wide and she just like dives under the bed.
and the two take that moment to like slip away quickly into one of the other little mini cabins without you knowing.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying so
She's
hard to get away from you.
She's immediately tearing the ship apart.
Oh gosh, where is it? You actually don't find it.
Your Highness, you cannot be without a chaperone. Your Highness. It is
No
most
sound.
inappropriate.
No response.
Every door, like rocks, everything.
Rocks. Yes, there are many rocks on this ship.
And
Like,
this is the rock room where we keep all of our rocks.
Yeah. Mementos from
It
every
gets a little
place that
heavy
they
at
go
the start of the ship, but you
Mhm.
know, at least it looks cool.
Occasionally, some disappear.
The ship kind of tilts to the side a little bit.
I was
'cause
just
the
gonna
rock
say
room.
it. Just constantly a little tilted.
Persistus
It's
just
fine.
goes sliding across the floor past you.
Just have really good calf muscles after being on the ship for long enough.
Yeah,
It's just like-
seriously, it will work out. So the first day goes by relatively
You first
smoothly.
mate, have you seen the king?
And everyone kind of gets to know each other a little bit more. And eventually, night comes, and it's a beautiful, clear night. You can see the stars very clearly. I'm sure this is probably especially beautiful to Pedaline, where you almost feel like you're almost among the stars. You're just so high up in the sky. You've never been in such a magical place, just to be up above and like looking over the edge. You can see you guys are passing by like towns and forests. It is something breathtaking. Now that it is night, Bigley and Fettersworth are like out on deck, and you can see that they're just like leaning into each other. And of course, I'm sure Persistus is hovering nearby, having finally found them. And Bigley just kind of so they like move so that they're like not quite touching. There's like an inch between them, between their shoulders. So they're just kind of leaning.
Persistus takes out a ruler,
No.
like a tape measure.
Moving them apart just a bit more. Okay, that's within appropriate. And Bigley is just like pointing in the sky, saying things like, "Oh, you can see that those stars, those make the kettle, I'm pretty sure, and you can see that the little handle pours into the cup of the lion who's holding it most high, and I'm pretty sure he's holding the hoop. Yes, the hoop for the fish where they are jumping through. None of this is true. He has no idea what he's talking about. But
Very
Fettersworth is
good,
still
Your
nonetheless
Highness.
just nodding along and yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, you know so much. Just having a lovely evening to themselves. It is at some point, though, when suddenly, I would say probably Onyx and Acantha, you guys are used to how things just kind of, you just have this literal feel for the skies and how the clouds are, how everything about you should be as you're kind of soaring through. And just something shifts. You can just immediately tell something's a little different, something is off. You have a heads up on them that it feels like another may be approaching. When you look out, peering through all of the clouds and trying to squint against the darkness, you can see just small shape getting larger and larger, another ship not too far. A flag that you can't quite see at this distance, being held high, but it seems to be making a beeline directly towards yours. Bigley and Fettersworth do not note this whatsoever, of course, and Mayhem has her back turned toward it, you know, just kind of humming as usual, just twisting through the sky, meandering.
Hey, Onyx at that point probably pulls out the dagger made of fangs. It's a sword.
A
And then
tooth
just
sword?
kind of, yes! It's a sword of teeth.
Teeth!
And then just kind of makes a noise to Captain Mayhem, trying to get her attention, let her know.
Mayhem kind of looks over her shoulder, peers into the darkness, and then nods to herself. And she's like, all right, crew. I think we've got some company. Brace yourselves.
What
She
does that mean?
gets ready. Yeah, she spins the wheel and it just
pull out
makes
that
like a
sword
hard
you
turn.
have.
She like catches Bigley.
And she is doing her best to try and snake her way through and maybe get lost in the clouds, but every time you look back, that ship is just hot on your tail, getting closer and closer. Eventually, once it's close enough, you can see clearly that the flag that is being flown is like the skull and crossbones, but with like a little tiny little hat to the side and some flowers adorned around the little hat. And Mayhem just kind of lets out a cackle and she says, "The Danes are here! Oh, it's been a long while since I faced them." And eventually...
It's the gender-bent monkey Luffy crew!
Yeah. You see this other ship sliding up right next to your own. And upon that ship, just kind of hanging by a rope, you see Dame Dalen is her name. And she is well known among many who soar through the skies, that she is a notorious who always seeks out those who are passing by and does her best in stealing all of the goods before whisking away into the darkness. Dame and her damsels, she calls them, are all calling out to you. They're just they have their swords pulled out. A lot of them are getting ready as if they're going to swing onto your own ship to start the plunder. And Dame Dalen calls out to you, "What is this? Oh, it seems that the ship is on its way to a rather unpleasant land. That must mean you have something interesting aboard. Please, let's take a look and relieve you of all of that nonsense."
I resent that and I demand a warrant.
Catalina's
She
like,
can't-
we
and
don't
she-
have any more kittens, by
Yeah,
the way.
She like carries Bigley down the stairs.
Fettersworth just running after, getting into safety. Dame Dalen takes that opportunity to launch herself, and she swings on a rope, and she manages to land very gracefully onto the deck before you guys, and she pulls out a sword, and you can see it looks as if it's like 3 different metals kind of twisted together to a very long point, and the pommel is just like a ring of flowers. She very delicately points it in the direction of the misfits, not really taking much note of the other 2, sensing that she doesn't seem very afraid or threatened. But she looks directly at Acantha and Onyx specifically. You've crossed swords with her before, for sure.
Gay.
She is wearing exactly. She is wearing her usual attire that's like a very frilly outfit and a very nice flouncy skirt. And she has that tiny little hat just the side of her very curled, ringleted hair. And she looks to the misfits as if challenging you. And she kind of has her other hand out as if she's about ready to signal the rest to descend upon this ship. And she says, I thank you ever so much for bringing all of this treasure to us. You are such dolls. Now, if you just make this easy, we can just go ahead and grab as much as we would like and be on our merry way. Does that sound quite all right with you?
From below deck,
Or
you
you
hear
can leave now.
thieves, vagabonds.
Sorry, what was that, Onyx?
I said, or you could leave now.
Oh. And she would take a step towards you, swinging the sword in your direction. I don't know. Unless if you make me leave, I think I will do whatever it is I want.
Petalane looks at Acantha, and they're like, is it always like this? You guys just get visitors all the time? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, we always get people coming on the deck with stupid little hats and
Oh, I think they're cute. Can we
Eh.
get hats?
yeah, I mean, if you want a hat, you can have a hat. You can take hers.
Okay. I can just have it, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that some sort of a move? Because she literally just insulted them, their whole shtick.
Yeah.
Is that one of your moves? Something like cutting words.
Love it.
Mm-hmm.
That bitch over there, that's a dumb bitch.
This Daelid, she's very focused on Onyx, but he would catch those words, and she kind of shoots a glare over at Acantha and kind of looks her up and down. Says, well, I at least have a sense of style. You are rather drab yourself.
Ooh.
Okay, sure,
I would-
sure.
I would like to say that as Dane seems distracted, I launch and try to pin her to the ground.
Okay, all right.
Just
Definitely.
leap on top of her? Oh my god.
Lunge attack. Excellent. Okay, let's go ahead and have you go for that. Is there a particular move that you might have that could be utilized for this instance?
As far as playback moves, yes, but I don't want to use that yet. So
Fair. All right. So let's go ahead and you can choose daring or grace for to see.
I'm gonna roll daring.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Forcefulness, both in terms of muscle and personality. Yeah. Let's
Mm-hmm.
have a daring roll.
That would be a 10.
A 10.
Oh my
All
god.
right. Excellent. That is just enough for an upbeat. Excellent. So
Fuck
yeah,
you, Onyx.
you muscle. All right. So yeah, how do you pin her to the ship? Do you just kind of full on lunge? Are you like using some kind of like wrestling move?
You know what? No, let's just lunge.
Crouches down and then leaps upon her. She was distracted, so you succeed in catching her by surprise, and the two of you tumble onto the deck, and her hand flies out, the sword kind of clattering across the planks of wood. And she is shocked as she looks up at Onyx, unable to move. And she just kind of like, she releases her hands as if saying, you know, I surrender. Oh. And she kind of like gives you a look like she's kind of impressed, honestly, by your show of strength.
Her heaving bosom exposed.
All splayed out. She kind of gets maybe a little too comfortable.
James T.
deck.
Kirk style.
Onyx just kind of gives her like a toothy grin.
What are you doing?
Sharp pointed teeth and all.
He says, oh, it's been some time since we did this dance, hasn't it? Very long time.
Yes.
Wow.
As I said before, though, you're not getting anything out of it.
And she just kind of quirks an eyebrow and has a little bit of a smile on her face. She doesn't feel like she's necessarily in danger. She actually almost seems like she's enjoying this. And she kind of like glances across the deck and looks over at you and she says, well, maybe I can be convinced.
In the background, you just see Persistus just like mowing through her crew.
Battling. Nice, nicely done. Taking care of all of the dancers. This is terrifying.
For the king! Heteronormia!
God, no.
Looks over at that like. Confused and punk.
Confused and punk. I love that. David kind of looks up at you and says, well, the ball is in your court. You can just let me go and I guess we can just be on our way, but I don't quite want to leave entirely empty-handed. Maybe you can give me a parting gift before I go.
You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Onyx throws her on their shoulder and then disappears below deck.
Oh! And just in like a flurry of her skirts, just kind of ruffling in the wind, the two disappear. And even the damsels on the other ship are all pausing mid-fight, just all of them surrounding Persistus. And then you just hear cheering, like, woo! And clapping, and all of them just like high-fiving each other. And They're like nudging Persisus and just laughing giddily.
How degrading! Scandalous. Ah!
Takes a moment, realizes what's happening first. Nicely done, Dame Dalen. All right, quicker than I expected. Would you say, with this interaction, is Onyx perhaps smitten with Dame Dalen?
No, but I think that deserves a string.
Oh yes, yes, you have a string on her.
This was not what she
Two.
expected on the booty call.
No,
A different kind of booty he thought was awaited.
she was there for one kind of booty, but got another kind of booty.
She's still happy about it.
Oh yes, as long as booty. She is more than happy with that. So a few moments pass before eventually Dame Dalen goes back up on deck. She seems a little bit more ruffled. Her hat is on the other side, a little bit more askew than before. And she just kind of straightens herself out and she says, I believe I've gotten what I've come for, so damsels, away! And she leaps over to the other ship. Persisus at this point has rejoined your own. And the damsels kind
Just
of
get thrown
call
back
out.
over onto the mayhem like a fucking frisbee.
Just whoop, yeet over there. And the damsels make their way past. All right. What a night.
Persisus is like holding her like shirts closed and don't look at me. Don't look at me.
How is the rest of the crew? How's Onyx doing? How do you appear once you finally make your way back up?
I'd say probably disheveled a little bit too, but grinning the biggest smile.
A few wristbands have been left behind. The earrings are out. One glove is off.
Yeah. The boot missing. So the first night passes rather eventfully and very successfully for some. Maybe a bit traumatizing for others, such as Persisus. So that was the first day, and eventually morning makes its glorious debut as the sun rises, and it is the second day. Bigley and Fettersworth are wandering about on deck as if nothing had happened last night. They were relatively unaware of what had transpired, but everything seems back to normal, so they assumed that it's just another day, it was just another night, everything is well. And Fettersworth would specifically, he has like a bundle of, looks like envelopes in his hands, and he seeks out each of you, giving you an envelope in turn, and flipping it over, opening it up, you can see that these are invitations to the wedding for Bigley and Fettersworth. Of course, it's like very elegantly written in swooping, beautiful, flowery script, and it is just saying how they are thanking you for taking them across the lands and to deliver them safely back to Heteronormia. And so, in return, they are inviting you to their wedding. And you also note that there's a little +1, if you wish. Something, perhaps, to keep in mind, if you wanted to. And Fettersworth just says,
I'm very grateful for what you're all doing. We are a little nervous, but really excited, and it's a lot of emotions and everything. But it's going to be a very important day for the both of us, and we would be more than happy for you to be there if you wish. It's no big deal. You could toss it into the void if you want, or but we would really love to have all of you join. It's the least that we could do. There's good food, there's going to be dancing. I'm sure there will be numerous fireworks if Bigley has his way. But you are invited if you wish. So thank you so very much.
And with that, he kind of like nervously shuffles off and to Bigley, where they just kind of resume talking about all the things that they would like to see for the wedding. Mostly Bigley talking about ridiculous, absurd things that there's no possible way it could actually. But he still has his dreams, of course. Fettersworth being very nervous about the cost of what this wedding's going to turn into, but nonetheless doing his best to figure it out. As this day continues on, there is a point where you all kind of notice that the ship kind of begins to drift. Oh, and then kind of begins to sway the other way. And you take note that it seems that Mayhem is almost, we believe, barely aware, kind of just was humming earlier and is now just sort of trying not to fall asleep, and then suddenly wakes up.
Captain, you are in danger of getting an FWI.
Oh.
What? Sorry.
What was that? Who said that?
Are you intoxicated?
I think she means you're falling asleep.
And it's that point when you begin to hear it. This very soft and gentle song that's being carried on the wind with a very soothing, alluring voice. And then eventually you hear a few others joining it. And the voices amplify, and they seem to almost surround all of you. You find yourselves, as this is happening, you're kind of weaving in and out and above and below the clouds. And every time you're in the clouds, the song just gets louder, and then it like lowers when you are out of the clouds, and then it picks up again. And it just feels so nice, lovely. Just this beautiful music that's being played around you.
This is strange and foreign to me. I demand that we stop flying in the clouds.
I'd say Onyx probably goes up and helps Captain Mayhem to not fall over.
Mayhem has seemed to have kind of fallen a little too deeply into this song. As you get closer to Mayhem, that song is even louder. It seems as if it was almost directed towards Mayhem, and it's kind of almost directing her. And you guys feel that the ship, as it sways back and forth, it seems to be making its way slowly turning back around, away from your destination. Completely way off course.
I want to.
Seem aware. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I want to try to like just go and like kind of gently take the wheel and like try to put it back on course. Like
Yeah,
not completely
definitely.
take over, but definitely be like, I'm gonna go this way actually.
Onyx was about to holler, be like, I don't know how to drive.
Mayhem doesn't really resist. She seems completely under that spell of that song. And the two of you being up there as well, you are finding it kind of hard to resist the allure. And at some point, it just almost begins to start clouding your minds. I would say, let's see, so it's Onyx and Akintha up there. What is Pedaline doing hearing this music, these voices?
Yeah, we all can hear it, regardless of where we are on the ship. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
I think she would just be kind of swaying to the music a little bit, you know, like peacefully, just like, oh, this is a really nice song. It reminds me of the wind through the willow trees on a spring day, and just, you know, in her own little world, kind of vibing to it.
I would say, Pedaline, that you are not accustomed whatsoever to sky sirens. This is something that the misfits, who have been here for some time, they have encountered the sirens before. They kind of know how to navigate this. They are a bit more prepared, but this is something entirely new. These voices, they call out to you. And it's the point where you feel like you actually see among the clouds forms of trees and shrubs and wildlife, something that you're so familiar with. And you get closer to the edge of that ship without realizing it. And it seems as if those voices are reaching out to you. You feel as if they're actually hands stretching towards you, just gently asking, join us. Be the Sky Force. Be with us here.
I'm imagining the scene from Anastasia where she's like cursed by Rasputin and she's on the ship and she thinks that she's gonna go play with her sisters like in the creek, but it's like a huge storm and she's about to jump off the ship.
Man, I've not seen that in so long. Yeah. Oh, good movie. That's a
Your
good
Highness,
movie.
it's time for bed.
Bigley and Fettersworth are also being affected by this. They are kind of leaning over the edge a little bit more so than they should.
No, not Bigley. Mm-mm.
And Bigley is just kind of murmuring, oh, they're such lovely voices. Not as lovely as mine, but so
No, never your
close.
highness. Never your highness. Come along.
So you are pulling Bigley aside, but not Fettersworth. Are you just focusing on Bigley at
The
this
king
point?
is my priority.
Fettersworth is almost to the point of like just leaning over the edge. He almost has like he's starting to lift a foot as if he's about ready to step onto it, as if he wants to leap into the clouds. The others would note this. Acantha and Onyx. Pedaline as well. You were right next to him. You see him as well, trying to reach out.
I'm like, isn't it lovely? All of those soft grasses and the big trees that we could lay under. We could go take a nap under there right now.
So, you said like we've seen stuff like this before. Like I kind of know what it is.
Yes. You
Okay.
guys are resistant to these calls. It's still hard to not sway,
Mm-hmm.
but you get your wits about you rather quick.
Cool. So I definitely want to be like, all right, why don't we come dance on the ship? Let's come this way.
Not on the edge. Yes, for sure. So you are trying to snap them out of it. You're trying to convince them to not go over the edge, but instead stay on the ship. Is there any sort of specific kind of move? Maybe you can defy disaster it seems as if they are listening to the call more so than you. It's so hard to get past those voices. And you see that they are going towards the nothingness, just that emptiness around the ship. Yeah, let's have you defy disaster to prevent what is happening here. What would you like to roll for that, or use for that?
Did you also want me to defy disaster by corralling Bigley back down to his room?
Yeah, let's do that as well, because he's very strong, and if he is like actively resisting you, it's very hard to pull him away as well.
Well, good. I rolled a 6 plus 1. No, excuse me, 7 plus 1, which is my daring. I believe you use that to defy disaster.
It's basically your choice on. It's more how you're going to approach it, how you want to
Forceful.
avoid what's happening. So yeah, perfect.
Being very forceful. I've stuffed my ears full of cotton and beeswax, and I've just.
Excellent. Acantha, what did you get?
I got a 9.
Dang!
Uh-oh, crew overboard.
Oh no.
And what is it that you are trying to use? Are you trying to like convince them, or are you actually trying to like actually take hold of them and like bring them back onto the ship? What is it that you see yourself doing?
I think trying to convince them, because I think I'm still trying to steer the ship a little bit, like make sure it doesn't get like completely turned around. So
On again!
like without like letting go of the wheel and like going to physically grab them. So probably just trying to convince them.
Okay. Say that you can add heart then.
No.
I have a +0 to heart, so
Okay, so
yeah.
but 9 is still great. 9 and 8, you both manage to get everyone back onto the ship, to get them away, and they are now kind of like still swaying. They are still listening to the voices, but at least they are safely back on the deck. And you can hear that song kind of change. It's almost more irritated now. And those sky sirens begin to appear. It's as if those clouds just kind of morph and become the shape that's somewhat humanoid, with scales upon their skin and just long flowing hair and just large eyes that are just a solid color, just blank, never-ending void-like eyes. And you see the three of them are kind of swimming about in the sky around the ship, still in that song. And one of them lands very gently and is looking towards Pedaline specifically. And they are reaching out towards you. You can see that hair just kind of is like wisps of actual cloud itself, where it just kind of like forms and then like kind of like disappears. And the skin, the patches of scales are just iridescent and reflective in the sunlight. And this siren is calling out to you specifically, Pedaline. And you, again, can just see in your mind's eye those forests and the place that you're so familiar with. And she's singing a song as if she can take you away from here, back to a place that is familiar, back to what is known, that this journey can end here and you don't need to go on. Why continue pushing yourself? Why not join me instead?
What in the millennial depression is this?
I think Pedaline would be very tempted by this, but assuming I can roll well enough for it, I think she's gonna try and resist, because even though it would be so good to go home and go do something that she's comfortable and be back somewhere that she knows and is familiar with, she has another mission and is on a journey, and that would derail that entirely. So she wants to try and resist the charm of the forest.
Okay. Are you just trying to like willfully break through the voice that is kind of like alluring and trying to manipulate, or how is it that you're going about breaking through this?
I think I would be trying to like stick to my convictions here, as far as I am trying to remind myself of what I'm about and what I'm doing here and why I'm doing it, and try and get that message through past the like foggy, soft, comforting message that's being given to me by the siren.
Yeah. All right.
Would this be a defy disaster?
Yeah, I don't know if one of your playbook moves would necessarily.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly.
Whatever it is sounds like heart.
Yes, this is definitely heart.
Yep.
Your
Okay.
strength of will.
Is it 2 or 1d6? 1.
2d6. Yeah.
Oof. 7.
7. If there's something that the devoted can do, sort of helping, glancing through here, I'm sure. What did you do, Cameron? For your... Okay. Did you say you got a 7 total?
Yep.
7. Okay. So you were able to mostly resist this. The siren has stepped up close to you, and they're holding out their hands just around you, just like very lightly hovering over your shoulders. And they're just almost like kind of weaving this illusion as they're moving them back and forth, just very lightly across your skin. You can feel their claws just very gently scraping against your shoulders. They're trailing down along your arms. Their eyes are locked with yours as they're singing the song, trying to entrance you and convince you to go with them among the clouds. With a 7, you don't necessarily move with them. There's a part of you that still wants to see it through on this ship. You still want to experience the adventure with this crew, but you're kind of conflicted. You're hesitant as well, because this is so new. This is the unknown, and it's very difficult. You're kind of being torn at this point. Seeing that hesitation, this siren would see that in you, and they begin to change what you see. You see all of you in the sky and going through a storm, and lightning breaking through the boards and cracking, fires starting, and perhaps smoke, and the fact that the ship may begin to fail. It's trying to frighten you. away from being here. So you are being afflicted, the condition,
frightened.
frightened.
Yeah, I would definitely be frightened. I would probably look very fearful, and I'd probably be starting to like panic.
Onyx, what are you doing? You can see that Acantha is doing her best, trying to keep the ship afloat, trying to navigate away from these sirens. Mayhem is completely under that spell of one of them. You have noted that Pedaline seems to be in danger. One of the sirens are just before her. Is there anything that you would like to attempt to do in this situation? And I would say, Persistus, you succeeded in getting Bigley out of the way. You are also kind of freed from that burden at this moment. You know that he is safe. You also see the scene before you as well.
I would say
Back
Onyx.
off, you spooky bitch!
No.
Oh wait, where'd Alpaca come from?
I would imagine Onyx probably at this point makes sure to set the captain down, but also make sure that he doesn't wander off the edge by just like using some of her rope to keep her
Yes.
above.
You use one of the many knots that she is sure to show you.
And
Kinky.
seeing the nervousness and the fright on Pedaline's face would start making their way towards the siren. And I would say that at this point, they're probably growling, and it doesn't sound human.
All right. Okay. So you're starting to show a bit more of your feral side, getting more in touch with the beast within. Do any physical changes happen?
I would say at this point is probably when the nails become claws, and the teeth, the canines become a little bit longer than what they are. The eyes are yellow, like a golden yellow.
Mm. Pantha might be aware of this and may have seen this before. Of course, Pedaline and Persistus, this is something new, perhaps. Seeing the slight change on Onyx as they step forward and attempt to intercept the siren's song. Are you taking a point in Feral with this change as you're stepping forward?
Yes, I am.
All right. So a little bit of that beast is beginning to reveal itself. The siren kind of notes this and takes a step back, still trying to work their song on Pedaline, but is unable to focus, seeing this figure, this threatening figure before them, one with power and strength. Onyx exudes. And the siren attempts to try and change the song, trying to focus on you instead, Onyx. They're again trying to weave that sort of magical illusion. But you have seen this before. You have been through these specific skies and encountered these sirens. What is it that you do to help ward them off with your knowledge from your past experience?
Hmm. That was a good question. And I honestly don't have an answer.
That is quite all right. The siren seems to kind of take a little step back, as if they kind of recognize you from before, and they see that, like, the flash in your eyes and the claws, the show of teeth, and their song wavers a little bit as they kind of shrink before you, unsure of what to do next, eyes kind of like looking around for the other sirens that are flitting about. Sissis, what are you doing at this point?
Arming up, I guess. Taking third position.
Your very well-known stance.
This is ridiculous. I want to go home. Be gone. You. Shoo.
Shoo. Just. Is there?
By the authority I command you.
Distance.
Go away. Or I'll
Do
run
you
you right
choose-
through, madam.
Maybe hearing that's kind of supporting, in a sense, Onyx. Having both of you there is more than enough for that siren to finally step back, and eventually they break any kind of hold that they may have had on Pedaline. And they let out this terrible screech before crouching down and lifting off into the skies. And the others continue flitting around before they disperse into the clouds.
Imagine
Pedaline,
that
you are
Mayhem's
both
birds are
free.
like coming out of it and like shaking their fists at them.
Yes.
Tweet, tweet, tweet!
Yes, all the little birds too.
Eh.
Pedaline, you are back. You see everything as it truly is. The clouds are just clouds. That scene before is gone. Those voices, that song that you heard, has ended. You are back to yourself, but your heart still kind of thunders in your chest. You can still have that bit of fear within the experience. So you have -2 to fight as long as you have this condition.
Oof. Yeah, I'm still definitely like feeling pretty anxious and like confused now that the spell has dissipated, you know? Like, why am I standing right on the edge of the ship, and why are we still in the sky? You know, I'm just very unsure right now.
Onyx's appearance is probably not helping.
Now, come now. Stiff up a lip and all of that. Do not show them that you are afraid.
Okay, like this?
Oh, breathe, girl, breathe.
Okay. Oh, that's better. That's a lot better, actually. Thanks. I think, Persistence could take a string on Pedaline for that.
Don't mind if I do.
Acantha, you see that Mayhem finally snaps out of it and kind of rushes forward, looking down at everyone below making sure that they're all accounted for, and she like kind of turns to you, just relief on her face as she kind of just like drapes herself over you, just so exhausted, having been under that spell. And she just says, I am so glad you're here. Every time it just calls so sweetly. How do you resist it? You are my rock. What would I do without you? She's just like clinging to you so desperately and just
Captain,
so
are you
thankfully
implying
right
this has
now.
happened before?
Oh, it happens every now and then.
Do these creatures
no
live
big
in
deal.
similar territory? Is this where they live?
There's some in the sky, there's some in the ocean, there's
Yes, but
swamps,
is
sirens.
this the general airspace in which these creatures live?
Oh no, they move about just as much as we do. You can never really tell when they're gonna strike, or where, or when, or why. It's just another day.
I feel as if precautionary measures should be set in place. for such an occurrence.
I do! And she, like, pats Acantha. This is my precautionary measure right here!
Just gently pat her on the head.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I'm here. It's okay.
Well, you have my gratitude then, I suppose.
Well, I mean, you seem to know how to handle yourself.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. And she uncoils and takes this length of cotton and beeswax out of her ear.
Oh, is that longer than it should?
Ugh.
Never show weakness.
Mm.
If they don't catch you at your weakest point, then they cannot know how to make you weaker. Stiff upper lip now. Shall we right our course? At some point, I would like to go home and see His Majesty safely into his home.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you. She turns around and steps over Fettersworth.
Yeah, he got to the point where he's just kind of laying on the ground what just happened? Whoa. Really, the ball? Just now? Where are we? I'm so very distant.
Very good, sir.
Uh-oh. What was that? Sorry, Kate.
I said, I pretty much just kind of look down and was like, you should probably get away from me.
You should probably what?
Get away from the edge. I know.
Get away from the edge. Got it.
Don't know why this does not like me.
We can't understand you, Kane. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
couldn't catch that. I'm so sorry. I know.
Oh.
Parasites. Why be this way? Miss Clark.
I mean, we could use it as a break.
That is true. At this point, you are halfway through that journey. And through that experience against the Sky Sirens, you all decide to rest and kind of gather yourselves in
Persis
preparation.
is just ranting to Bigley. Your Highness, I can't help but notice that your intended is not as strong as you are.
Oh, no one's as strong as I am.
Quite correct, Your Highness. My
Stop.
apologies, but he is weak and unsuitable. And we go to
On that devastating note.
On that note, yes.
Don't forget to donate to Tabletop Gamer. Our Twitch links donate before the end of the break, you will be on to the very, very fancy wheel of names that go. So until we come back from break and announce everything, donate and start and back. Okay, bye.
well presented.
Hello, we're
I
back.
can't do it. We're on stream on Twitch, and there's no booty allowed.
Yes,
Boo.
it is not
Constraining.
OnlyFans. It is Twitch.
Later on OnlyFans, then, Kane, I will present my butt for kissing.
And now we're gonna do a giveaway. Oops.
Wow, we're doing a giveaway?
Sure.
Do it.
Look
'Cause
at
we
all
raised
those
210
names.
We raised $210 for tabletop gamers.
Yeah, we did, which is awesome.
Mhm.
Can we take a
Alrighty.
moment to appreciate Kayla's little outfit there? You're so cute. Who are you with that blue hair and everything and that cute little house dress? Like, come on.
Aw.
I love how Quiche also has got that cute little outfit on, looking like they're gonna either play basketball or lay down leisurely with a book and a cup of tea, but the tea has to be iced at the second after they take a sip of the hot tea because it's really hot. Kane be over here looking like fucking Eminem and Pitbull at the same time, but like a lesbian, but also like a non-binary and also like a trans mask and shit. So there's a lot going on there. And Link is wearing a Ouija shirt, so I'm a little scared, but I respect it.
Thank you for that.
And you look beautiful too.
You can't see me, but that's okay. I am John
I
Cena.
have a picture of you burned into my memory, and I think most delicately, lovingly of your bosom. I'm gonna go like,
Very, very specifically and particularly.
I mean,
your delicate
yeah.
bosom.
So if you haven't seen it, Cat Lady Liz has won the giveaway.
Again?
Again? Yes.
Yay!
Yeah.
Congrats, Liz.
Yay!
That's awesome.
So I believe Artemis already has your address. We'll get that sent out to you. I just need to send the shirt to them, and then once they get that, they'll send it out to you. And yeah,
Is she
cheaper
even
to
awake
ship
right
from
now?
the United States.
Yep, and the cost of the shipping will be invoiced to the bacteria because Artemis needs to stop eating costs.
Oh yeah, no, I'm already definitely paying for that. So
Thank you, I love you.
I know.
We know
Hopefully it
how our
doesn't have
beautiful
a
Artemis
conflict
is.
with mine.
We
All
love
right.
you.
Well, thank you everybody for donating. The fundraising will still continue on for, I don't know, probably till Monday. Still donate, still a good cause. Isha. Ding.
Oh, the other thing. All right.
Do, 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 do. When in doubt.
So-
do, 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 do.
We left off after a siren attack where Pedaline was unfortunately affected by it, but luckily they were warded off before they could do any other harm. Right after that, though, Narcissus said very harsh words about Fettersworth when speaking with Bigley regarding his weakness in particular. Bigley, so this is a moment where they're like in the little cabin where Bigley was tucked away safely, of course. And Narcissus had made that comment. Bigley looks as if he wants to say something against that, but he just kind of slumps his shoulders a little bit and doesn't say anything initially. You can see that there is something going on in his mind, as if it's like an internal conflict where he wants to fight back against that. But he had been raised in Heteronormia. He had been told the exact same laws and commandments and rules of which to abide by that Narcissus also abides by and tries to remind him of. And he's just having that inner conflict of trying to push back against what he was told for all of his life. But he's kind of caught up in that. He doesn't really know how to respond to this. Just outside is Fettersworth, who happened to have overheard this. And he notes the hesitation on Bigley. And he just kind of falters a bit before turning and heading back up on deck. And it's then that Bigley finally manages to find those words that he wanted to say. And he looks Narcissus in the eyes and he says, "He may not have the kind of strength that I do, but he has an inner strength that I think we all could learn something from. I admire that more than silly, just muscle and bravado. None of that really means anything. It's what's inside. It's your inner strength. That is what matters. And that is what we need to bring back to our kingdom. That is what should be taught, is the strength within, the strength of self, strength of heart." I think that Fettersworth is more fit to be king than someone like me, honestly. And I think you could learn something from him. And I hope you do. Because it'll open a door that is terrifying to open. I was there. I avoided it for so long. But Fettersworth helped me open that door, and it's so beautiful on the other side.
I don't want you to get hurt, Your Majesty.
I know. I'm very good at many things that I do, including hurting myself. But sometimes that has to happen in order for you to learn and grow stronger. Just something to think about. I know I'm not very good with words. That's what Fettersworth is mostly about. He does the words and the numbers, and I do the smiles and the hair flipping and
You do it very
the
well,
strutting.
Your Highness.
But nonetheless, I hope. I still have hope for you. I really do. And he holds your hand and he pats it very gently and encouragingly.
How am I supposed to protect you, Your Highness?
And look at me, I'm sure anything could just bounce right off of these muscles. I work very hard, you know. I have the kind of buttocks where I bet I could catch a sword right between them.
Please don't attempt that, Your Highness.
In
In theory
not
is
intentionally.
quite fine. Theory is much better than practice. I don't think that experiment would yield any favorable results, even if it was successful. I am
You
sorry
can see that
I
he's
spoke out of
trying to
turn.
think about it.
I'm sorry that I spoke out of turn, but I say it out of duty and care for you, Your Highness. You deserve the best. The way that you feel, it is important. Yes. And what you do in your own time is no one else's business. But I don't want to see you get hurt because of it.
He kneels down because he's very tall and he wants to be level with you. And he looks very deeply into your eyes, very, very seriously, which is very rare for Bigley to do.
Your Highness, please don't.
You say that you don't want me to be hurt.
No.
Do you know what hurts me? It's seeing others be hurt. Others who do not deserve this, who don't deserve the torment they get put through. I want to see you thrive. I want to see you be free. I don't want you to feel as if you need to be shackled to your duty. I want you to live.
I don't know how to live without that duty, Your Highness. I would be nothing without it. I am meant to protect you. This is what I was meant to do.
We are told things that we're meant to do, that are expected of us.
Yes.
And
it is
we
how it
always
is done.
feel
It is tradition.
it's silly. It's ludicrous. We should be able to do what we want to do because we're told. It's probably one of the worst reasons to do most things. If I followed through with what I was told to do, to propose to that queen simply out of duty, I would have been miserable. I would have been lying.
If it is any consolation, Your Highness. My apologies. But if it is of any consolation, Your Highness, I do not think that queen would have been suitable to rule beside either. In fact, less so. She was a bore.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. She was a wonderful woman, a very strong woman, very intimidating. But she wasn't someone that I loved, or that I wanted to be at the side of. Betty is. Betty's the one that tolerates my airheadedness, and he's always there to right me on my meandering way. I love him so much.
Are you sure, Your Highness?
It's the most sure I've ever been.
Very well.
If you need a moment, I understand.
I don't know what to do now.
Well,
If
have
I
I ever
cannot
told you?
perform my duties, then perhaps I am not worthy of it.
Oh, you're actually very good at it. I may not seem like it, but I do take note that you've saved me from a lot of things.
Your Highness is very clever and very kind.
Well, sometimes, yes. But other times, not at all. No, terribly. No, not at all. And that is where you have come in. You're very good at being there and saving those who need it and whisking us away to safety. You have a lot of good qualities. Exceptional. almost as much as me. I need to stop doing that, I'm sorry. It is a habit. But truly, you have a very beautiful soul. It's why we've kept you around. Not because of your duty, it's because we like you.
Like me, Your Highness.
Yes. We can see that you are very dedicated and passionate. We respect that. And we just hope maybe we can find a way to steer you towards using that in ways that benefit you, that enhance your inner growth, as opposed to just because you were told.
And perhaps I should resign, Your Highness.
Oh, that's only if you want to.
I don't.
But it doesn't mean that we still won't be around. We still won't be happy in your presence. We can still hang out. You
You
don't
are too
have
kind,
to be
Your
bound
Highness.
by your duty. And just be. And we know it's hard. I know. But we are more than happy to give you the hand needed to help you through it. And he extends his hand towards you.
No, Your Highness.
All you have to do is just take it.
I'm scared.
And he kind of like reaches over and he like pokes you in the nose. Sometimes that's a good thing to be scared.
I don't like it.
Oh, nobody enjoys it. Of course not.
When did you get so wise, Your Highness?
That is a side effect of Fettersworth. Being around, he imparts this wisdom and insightfulness and all of that.
Perhaps he has been good for you, then, Your Highness. And I am afraid I have disappointed you. If caring for him is to care for you, then I have not been doing my duties. And I will fix that now. Last I saw him, he was laying upon the deck, quite a mess after that siren attack, and I did nothing to help him.
Oh.
I am sorry. I will go find him for you, Your Highness. I will see to it that he is safe.
Very well. I greatly appreciate it.
In the meantime, please don't walk off the side of the ship. We are still aloft in the air. And while you can survive,
Have I ever?
many a situation, I doubt that you could survive a fall of over 10,000 feet or more.
I don't know. I think it is the ground that should fear me, crashing towards it. Oh, what ground could behold such mightiness? Oh,
Bigley meteorite. She
yes.
leaves the room.
Oh, I like that.
She pops back in. Don't get any ideas, Your Highness.
Oh, very well, very well.
And Your Highness, thank you.
Think nothing of it.
Very well. I am more than content to pretend that this never happened.
Well,
And she like writes hers.
not that.
Your Highness?
Hmm?
Never mind. Thank you. I'll go see to Fettersworth. His Grace, future king of his king of Heteronormia.
So you leave Bigley and you go back up onto the deck, where you find everyone else kind of perhaps milling about. What is Pedaline doing specifically? How is Pedaline doing?
I'm much better after, oh god, I just blinked on names. I'm so sorry. Persisus, that's right. After Persisus told Pedaline to stiffen her upper lip, she really, like, kind of not bottled, she took control of, like, the fear and anxiety she'd experienced and was able to kind of, like, take some deep breaths and move past it. Persisus even said breathe. And so that really, like, kind of strengthened her and, like, emboldened her a little bit. So she's feeling a lot better now. She's still out on the deck, but now she's just enjoying the view and, like, the scenery. She didn't realize how small everything could look from up here, and just, like, how mighty the world actually is when you're this far up and just part of the clouds and the wind and the air, and you can just see everything moving down there, and just how the whole system works in tandem, and it's just really breathtaking.
Worth would walk up to your side, and he's quiet initially, also looking around and taking everything in. And he looks to you under his glasses, which is not. He says,
How are you doing? I heard and noticed that you may be a bit unwell. Are you alright?
Oh, hello. I'm okay. Yeah. Uh, that, like, servant of yours, Persisus, they're very wise. They're just, one look at them and you got no room for fear anymore. They're very stoic, I guess. I've never met anybody like them before. They intimidate me, but then I don't really have room to be scared of other things. So I guess it works out. So I'm doing better. They were able to help me find some of my strength. How are you doing? I think it's a lovely night tonight, actually, and I'm just really enjoying being here right now.
kind of chuckles and nods when you speak of Persisus and in agreement. And he lets out a very long sigh as he looks out over the scenery. And he says,
Well, sometimes when I look out at a place like this and just see all of this grandeur and magnificence, sometimes it just makes me feel like may not be as worthy for something so out of reach.
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just a small person who just seems easily dwarfed at times. Maybe I
Well,
don't know what I'm really saying.
being small isn't a weakness. I mean, even even looking down at all this right now that we can see and how everything looks really small, it all fits together. There's always a piece to the puzzle, and when placed, it all is perfectly clear and just everything comes together, and everything living on this earth has a role to play and a service that they provide to the greater good of all of us together. And the size doesn't matter. I mean, think about how mighty one ant is, and despite having thousands and millions of them that are all the same, they work together to create something mighty. So I'm not sure why you saying that you are small would be an insult.
As you're speaking, he's watching it the whole time, and it's not necessarily surprise, but it's just he's really listening to what you have to say. And he kind of finds himself kind of nodding. Initially, Fettersworth usually kind of has just like maybe just like the slightest little hunch. He kind of gives off as if he feels small. Like, yes, he is a smaller person, you know, he's a bit short and spindly. But it doesn't help with sometimes the posture where
He doesn't want
he
to take up space.
feels. Yeah. But with you speaking with him, he kind of straightens up a little bit, and he finds himself
Thank
nodding.
Posture check for that, since we're all hunched over.
He stands taller. He says, "That's very, very wise of you to say, Fiddly.
Is it? That's just what I've always been taught, and honestly, just what I've witnessed growing up around nature so much. It's just like a really obvious system, and I just kind of thought everybody knew stuff like that. That's why I was kind of surprised to hear you say stuff like that.
I think more places need to hear you speak and
Oh, I don't think I
learn
could
the
do
things
that.
that you've been learning.
I mean, you could just tell them, though. You seem like a person that likes to talk to people.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But
Yeah. I don't really even know how to talk to people. This is the first time I've ever seen people that weren't from my own homeland before. So, I mean, this is already a lot.
well, if you do truly intend to join the Misfits, you're about to see and experience so much more.
I'm really excited to see your wedding. We have parties sometimes, but never anything as grand as what Bigley has been describing. I mean, from the talks of it, there's going to be all sorts of imaginary, wild, crazy things there. You must be so excited.
Kind of nods and kind of smiles at that. But he doesn't really seem to truly exude actual excitement from that. He almost kind of shrinks down again as you're talking about how big and flashy and expansive excuse me, it's supposed to be. If anything, he almost appears kind of intimidated by all that, and he just says, you know, I would almost rather something so much more simple. I don't know that we need all of that. But it is Bigley. It's what he's used to.
Oh, you don't want any of that stuff? I thought it was both of your weddings.
Oh, sure. But I think something small. I don't need much. I mean, I'm already happy. I'm already
Sure.
with him. Don't need much more than that.
Yeah. But, well, excuse me, Mr. Fettersworth, sir.
Ugh, just
have
Fettersworth.
you...
Or Fetty.
Oh, okay, Fettersworth. Have you told Bigley that before? Sorry, is
No.
that inappropriate? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you that. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no. You're fine. I haven't found the right moment yet. It seems like, the big and the flashy it makes it happen. That's more what's important. Sure.
Well, I'm certainly excited to see it.
I'm glad that you'll be a part of it.
What? Oh, goodness. What do I wear? Is this okay? I just looked down at what I'm already wearing.
And he chuckles and he says, "It's whatever you are most comfortable in."
Oh. Okay.
And he contentedly stands by you and kind of looks out a little bit more enthusiastically than when he first stepped up next to you. It seems like the talk helped him by just kind of letting off a bit of a load that it seems like he was carrying. It was just good to just speak it aloud.
Can we take strings on each other for that?
Yes, he would 100%
Cool.
give you a string for that.
What do I roll to overhear that? Because I have an idea.
Oh no, Kane!
No, Kane!
Ah! Well, let's check in with Acantha and Mayhem. Mayhem is still being very close to Acantha, still kind of a little bit dazed, and kind of looking out at the sky, one arm kind of draped on, is it called a wheel? I should have looked up ship stuff. I meant to.
Wheel.
The wheel. Great.
Yeah.
Yep.
The helm.
And beautiful. And just kind of sort of driving, but also not really paying attention. And Mayhem just kind of drops her head a little bit and then looks over at Acantha and he says, "So when we're done with this whole little adventure and dropping off the two little lovebirds, where do you want to go next? What's a place that you have always wanted to see that we haven't been to yet?"
Place that I want to
Yeah.
go? Oh, I'm not sure really. I've been fine just kind of going wherever you want us to, so.
You know where that really that pulls at you, that draws you in, or a place that you've really just wanted to explore?
I don't know, maybe.
Usually, we just kind of go to the places where we're hired to go, and that
Mhm.
kind of leads us to the next job. And just don't know if I've ever asked you or Onyx, or any of the birds, where they want to go. After this, we should take a long vacation. Repick where we're gonna go. Even if we just get a map and throw a dart at it. Maybe that's how we should go.
Doesn't sound like a bad idea.
I think that would be good. How's a new one? How's a new one hanging in there?
I think she's doing all right. I mean, obviously the mess with the sirens is gonna... That would affect anyone on there. I guess second day technically.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'll probably go check in on her later just to make sure.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one that I would love to see stick around.
I
The
agree with
harpy and her harem of crew members.
Yeah. That's her true dream right
Gotta
there.
collect them all.
that.
One's not even in the polycule, and God's forbid somebody asks, "Oh, who are you dating?"
Yes.
Ah.
Dane, did you make it back?
I don't know.
Not really. All we see is your
Oh,
adorable face,
no.
kind of frozen.
I know.
Yeah, dang it. Hold on.
No worries.
Yay! What's Onyx doing?
What is Onyx doing?
And
It's a big mystery.
Is it doing better?
What's
A
Onyx
little
doing?
bit.
Okay.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Onyx seems to be lost in a conversation with the birds. It seems a bit one-sided, perhaps, but
It's like, oh, those fancy hat crew.
I know.
I think they're all so good, but oh, Kane.
I know. Rough.
Hold on. Let me try something.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay, bye.
Persistus,
Yes.
you arrive kind of like just at the tail end of the conversation that Pedaline and Fettersworth were having.
Yeah.
Where is it that you were headed? What is Persistus doing?
I think that she's in keeping such a close eye on the interactions between Bigley and between Bigley and Fettersworth. I think it's very clear that perhaps all of the extravagance that Bigley has in mind is not necessarily Fettersworth's cup of tea and whatnot. And she sees very few ways to right her wrongs. So she goes to the captain.
You find Mayhem and Acantha just kind of having a casual chat as per usual. They note your approach.
Captain, first mate. My apologies for interrupting.
You're good. What's up?
Are you well?
Oh, I'll be fine. That wasn't my first siren rodeo.
Very well. I have a very forwarded question to ask of you then, and I must say it before I start beating around the bush and finding a way to avoid it altogether. Are you an official captain in the eyes of the law of the lands, of all lands around here and thereabouts?
Her eyes get really big, and she kind of looks to the side, and she looks to the other side, and she kind of scratches her
Oh, man.
head.
That's great.
I mean,
Let me add an addendum to my statement. Does your crew refer to you as captain, and are you the one who runs and steers this ship?
I mean, mostly, usually, yeah.
Madam, are you a captain or not?
Yeah, totally. I'm full on captain.
Hold
Very
on.
well. Very well. Then I would ask of you a favor.
Huh.
We will need to talk in private. Thank you very much. My apologies, First
Oh,
Mate.
okay.
It doesn't happen.
Kane? Nope.
Oh no.
No.
Oh. Dang birds.
Dang dang birds, so talkative. Captain, while you are essentially a royalty chauffeur at the moment, you, as a captain, have certain powers.
Mhm. Go on.
Would you please officiate and perform a small wedding for the king and his future king?
Well, that doesn't go against your traditions. And...
A wedding is not a marriage. A wedding is a ceremony. You can perform a marriage. In the eyes of the law and tradition, a captain, one who holds this rank, may perform the officiation of a legal marriage. And I believe that is what Fettersworth wants. Something simple. Something small. Where it's the only thing that matters is him and the king. The king will have his wedding. But right now, I see this as the only way to right a wrong. So I would ask you to please do this for me. I will pay you what needs to be paid.
It's gonna be a steep price. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it,
Send me an invoice,
little bit
Captain.
of that,
Spare me the turnaround and
there.
the turnabout.
I'm gonna ask one thing.
Name it.
And Mayhem just kind of hands on hips and then leans in very close to you with a very big grin on her face.
You are very close to me right now.
I'm going to need you to lighten up just a bit. Just the littlest bit. Maybe let loose just a touch. Maybe enjoy yourself. It's the price. Gonna need you to grab that stick that's it's up there and just a little wiggle.
You are starting to come into territory that I find insulting.
All right.
It has been a day. One cannot simply overcome or relearn things that has been instilled in them upon the day of their birth, since the day of their birth.
Fair
I
point.
will try, as you say, to loosen up.
Excellent. Done deal. She
Thank you.
holds out her hand.
And she will shake it.
Would you say that this would go against one of your commandments of obeying the authority in pursuing this, or
Yes.
even encouraging it?
The authority As the capital A authority, yes. But to the good of the king, no.
All right. So this isn't perhaps an option or an instance of breaking any sort of commandment?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. Oh,
Yes.
all right. Awesome. Okay. So this was a commandment of which you had upheld for so long and are finally releasing it. What is a conviction that you have then in place of it? Something that contradicts
Conviction.
that commandment.
That the right thing to do is not always dictated by the law. The kindest thing to do at times is to break it.
All right, right on. You now have a conviction. Make sure that is noted. Do we have an Onyx on board? How's Onyx doing? Oh no. Still somewhat lost among the birds and the clouds at the moment.
I feel bad.
Oh. Well, we will wrap that scene for the moment and move on to the next day. This day is not like the others. It's immediately different. It is much cloudier. It's stormy. These storm clouds had rolled in seemingly out of nowhere. There are random gusts of wind that rock against the ship, and the ship getting a bit low on power as it's been some time since getting any more of that trapped lightning. It's difficult for Mayhem to power through all of this. It's taking all of her concentration and all of her strength to just try to keep everyone afloat, basically, at this point. That storm is beginning to build more and more. You can hear the rumble of thunder and the crack of lightning not too far off. Mayhem is, of course, trying her best to get into the heart of it, honestly, so that she can hopefully capture some of the lightning, but doesn't want to put anyone at risk unnecessarily as well. Onyx and Acantha are, of course, like bustling about to the best of their ability, helping and preparing and getting that interesting metal contraption that kind of folds around the ship that's used to capture any lightning strikes. But it's a very rocky ride as this ship is just kind of being tossed here and there. Fettersworth and Bigley are, of course, down below, safe inside, but
Like
even
sliding
they're
back and
just
forth,
kind of like
with a
sliding
cup
around.
of tea. Yeah.
Yes.
She Persistence is like trying to carefully pour a cup of tea for Fettersworth.
It's just moving this way. Oh.
Just like sliding this way.
Everything
Pivots,
is
pivots,
just
pivots.
chaotic. As this is happening, you can all see this swirl of this really dark cloud, and it seems to be building and building, and it's almost kind of converging onto the ship itself. You guys can feel the hairs rise all across your arms and just all across your body as the electricity is just thick in the air. And this cloud formation seems to be almost kind of compressing at some point and kind of hardening into a shape. And it funnels down onto the deck, and a form begins to appear within it. This,
Oh no!
this swirl of wind that's kind of pushing you guys back. You have to like really brace yourself to resist it. And then you see the shape suddenly manifest into the form of one who is named Tempest. She is praised and hailed as a goddess of storms. She is lightning. She is the thunder. She is the storm. She brings it about. And all of this just kind of
Hail,
just swirls around all of you. You see that she has skin much like the night sky, with just like specks of stars that kind of glitter and glimmer and travel across like patterns. And you can see lightning literally just like flashing in her veins. And her face is just something so beautiful and wild. Her hair is literally just this wild expanding cloud, like crackles and reforms, and sometimes there's like a spatter of rain that kind of courses through it as well. And she is just draped very simply in a robe that seems to be made of like mist, the way it just kind of constantly shifts and changes across her body. He holds out a hand, and in a flash seems to be holding a lightning bolt itself as her sword. And every now and then, anytime she changes the position or anytime she wills it, it'll change in a different lightning bolt shape every time. All of this bright energy coursing through it. And she stands before you all, her head upturned, looking down upon you. And she commands in a very deep voice that seems to make the entire ship quake with every word. And she says, "You all have gone through the skies without my express permission. I demand something in return if you wish to continue. These are my skies, and I do not let just anyone soar freely through it. I demand a cost."
Captain, you didn't fill out any paperwork in order to pass through a territory.
And this is in the midst of like gusts of wind, so it's hard for you to even stand at this point. And Mayhem's just like almost flying off, holding on to the wheel, just barely hanging on. She's like, I might have missed a couple things. Oops. Do what you need to appeal to her. I'm kind of busy, as she's trying really hard to just keep the ship from just completely overturning in all of this mass and everything that's happening about it.
We would hear your terms, my lady. Though and aside from that, I must say, how can someone so uncontrollable be so composed?
Yes.
Pedaline would kind of like drop to her knees in reverence to the goddess and be like, Almighty One, so when that howls, you bless us with your presence. What an incredible thing to witness on our journey. The goddess of storms herself. We will pay you, of course. I would love to present something to you. I don't have much, but have you ever been to a wedding? And I'll hand her my invitation to Bigsley and Fettersworth's wedding.
Smooth. Smooth.
Wow.
She would look down at you and she lowers herself very closely and she holds out one hand and reaches it towards you and very gently caresses your cheek. And she kind of tilts her head to the side and she says, I don't know that I want that little piece of paper. Perhaps
okay.
instead, I can take you.
The piece of paper is really is really just a formality. It's the thought that counts. Would you like to come to 2 weddings? The wedding and the marriage.
She holds out her other
There's an open
hand,
bar.
and like a gust of wind just kind of hits you,
Oh shit.
and it stifles your voice, and you can barely speak above it. And she looks back down at Pedaline and she says, I would be more than happy to whisk you away.
Oh my.
That would be payment enough, I think.
Oh, that. Well.
Uh,
Okay. Sure. You're as beautiful as you are, mighty, goddess. This is quite the honor.
And you feel her, like she has her hand still on your cheek, and she kind of like pulls you closer as she moves her hand under your chin.
Uh-huh.
And she gets closer to you, and you can feel that like lightning that is pulsing under her skin. You can feel that heat radiating off of her. And the storm cloud kind of like wraps you both together
Whoa.
as she presses herself against you.
Oh my.
Gay
And she
in
says-
the rain.
Gay in the rain.
It's like the Notebook, but it's a goddess instead of Ryan
Well done.
Gosling,
Also a goddess.
There is
who is
a bit of
basically
a
a lesbian
drizzle.
goddess living her best truth.
And she looks to the rest of you almost as if in challenge as she says, I think I will claim this one.
As long
As
as
my
that's what she
own.
wants, that's fine.
I'm enthralled. I don't look away from her face for a second at this point.
She
She's
seems
got me
content.
under her spell.
It's under
you
your
just
spell.
gonna,
Is this
are you just gonna
consensual?
take her? Like permanently?
no,
Like is
I'm
she
more
just gonna
worried
be
about
gone?
Discord.
Is this consensual? Pataline, blink twice if you need help.
I don't blink at all.
Okay, I
There.
understand. I understand the message. You can blink regularly now. Please do. There's a lot of water in the air.
Mayhem, you can barely hear her voice where she's like, that's my newest crew member! Come on! But
Perhaps
Tempest would look
Back
down,
after the wedding.
Pedaline. So you would agree to willingly be whisked away into the storm?
I say I'm still looking in her face, like deep in her stormy eyes, because I'm just enthralled. And I'm like, take me wherever you need to take me. I'm definitely yours.
on every
And she
surface.
smiles wide. And she grabs you about the waist and she presses you very
Oh.
close.
Ugh.
And she looks towards the skies and she says, "Best hold tight."
Your skin feels
And
electric, like
oh,
fire.
quite literally. It feels just, it's like pulsating against you.
Oh boy.
And
Lightning's about to strike the ship. Everybody jump at the same time.
yes. Claiming her prize in her eyes, she looks towards the sky, she holds up the sword, and a flash of lightning strikes you both. And in that same instant, you are shot into the air, intertwined. And at that same instant, she is also granting that electricity, that lightning, to be captured within that ship,
Yep.
giving it renewed life. And it immediately kind of like lifts up into the air. Everybody may be stumbling just a bit unexpectedly. And it begins to kind of just shoot through the storm, just bursting with energy. Yeah. And Pedaline is off into the sky, riding the lightning. so to speak.
She pulled a bad bitch who's got money. Sky money.
Hey, hopefully this works better for me.
Hey!
This is working.
Yay.
Yeah, this is awesome. We can
Much
hear
better.
you.
Quick, give Onyx something to do before they go away again.
I think Onyx is probably just standing there like,
What just happened?
Is this why
Wasn't-
your crew has a high turnover rate? People get whisked away by sapphic goddesses.
Pedaline. No, sorry, not Pedaline. Mayhem actually has to think about that. She's just like, okay, is that such a... Oh, I should consider some things. Oh dear.
Persistus's hair is just
just sticking on end from all of the electricity. Well, I do have to say, that went by a lot quicker and more smoothly than I anticipated. So,
except for my end. But now I know where I need to be.
Are we rolling it up with the marriage on the deck?
so out of that storm, you guys are back into clear skies. The ship is crackling with energy once again. Mayhem's feathers are also all just kind of like standing on end, super frazzled from all of that electricity as well. And she just kind of like gives like a salute to
Oh no,
Pedaline in
Craigbot.
the air.
Did I crack that?
Oh, well, yes, that's that.
I didn't do it.
Oh well.
Craigbot. Bye, Craigbot. Fuck you.
Craigbot, no.
That's when I finally found where I need to be sitting for stuff.
So you guys,
Oh, fuck you, Craigbot.
I know, every time.
Hmm.
Thought we were free of him.
Nope.
So at this
Never.
point, you can see the kingdom of Heteronormia just in the distance. You will be able to reach it probably by day's end at this point. You can see that Bigley and Fettersworth are now back on deck, and they're very close to each other, staring out at that castle in the distance, a bit nervously and unsure of what to say. They're silent at this moment.
Captain.
Yes,
She like flattens her hair down.
flattening the hair. Yes.
Yeah, flattening her hair. It's now or never, please.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Fix
Yep.
your feathers.
Oh.
She starts
Ruffle, ruffle,
preening.
ruffle,
She starts
ruffle.
preening her, and she makes it look like a bow tie and
Preening.
stuff and everything. Like, good enough.
Straightens all of her knots and everything, and then goes back down to meet with
That is
Bigley and
That is
Fettersworth.
an awfully tight corset you have on.
He can show you how it's made sometime.
She's quite a good teacher.
Scandalous. Good lord.
And she walks up to the two, and they kind of turn in surprise, and she kind of just shrugs and says, I know it's not exactly the whole big, explosive, flashy type of wedding you were thinking of, but maybe we can have it here instead. It doesn't have to be exactly how Heteronormia normally has it. Why not just have it done here? And Fettersworth kind of like looks up at Bigley expectantly, and Bigley seems at first torn, and he's like, not even fireworks?
A
Or
marriage and a wedding are not the same thing, Your Highness.
You could probably still have the fireworks regardless.
he like kind of brightens up, and he's just like, can we light up just a couple, just a few? And I was thinking if someone could hold a mirror, because I mean, I would like to see both
Your
Fettersworth
Highness.
and me, and oh, all right.
I will make sure that there's at least fireworks. A mirror for the grandiose wedding, of course. It will be done.
Oh, okay.
But for now, I think that this is something more along the lines of what His Grace would enjoy.
Fettersworth just nodding his head along.
Just the two of you.
Oh, all right, very well. We'll have an explosive reception instead.
Obviously,
Magnificent.
obviously, the wedding and the marriage are always two different things. It's just more paperwork.
Fettersworth just kind of also nods like it's a whole.
Besides, you will be the grandest king with two weddings to the same person, and not a single divorce between you.
Bigley seems very excited about that. He's like, huh, how many people have two weddings? To the same person. Is that how it's done? Who knows? So Mayhem steps forward, and Bigley and Fettersworth look to each other, and they hold their hands, and they only have eyes for one another in this moment. You can see that they're very excited. They at first almost had this small rising fear of having to go back to their home and enact this entire wedding and all of this change, but having this moment to themselves that they're able to focus on, that is what they are focusing on. And it is calming them down. It is this moment that they can share. So Mayhem kind of clears her throat and begins to say what she imagined one is supposed to in this instance, and it's very
And she just
well
like
done.
Persistence just like taps on her shoulder and hands her some index cards.
Mayhem's like, cheers, yeah, and reads the cards very gratefully, maybe adding some extra words here and there when she thinks it's getting a little too boring.
It is definitely very boring.
Yes, it's a very just like a straightforward standard.
Very standard, very court procedure.
Mhm.
Fettersworth approved it prior.
Oh yes, of course.
Or wrote it.
And just before Mayhem can say much more, before they can even get to their vows, you all see another ship coming towards you very rapidly. It is one that is very sleek. It is one that is made perfectly without a flaw. You can see the emblem of Heteronormia emblazoned upon it, as well as the flag. The head of the ship, standing very regally, is a woman who exudes authority just from her mere dress and presence. She has very angular features, her hair pulled back very tightly in a perfect bun, not a single strand out of place. You see that she is adorned in this black leather outfit that has bits of lace along her neck and along her wrists and at the edges of her very long skirt. It is very just simple and to the point. And you can see that she is holding before her a cane, just also very sleek and black, held firmly in her clawed hands. You know who this is, Persisis.
Yes.
You have been taught under her. You have been shown the ways of Heteronormia by this woman. And Bigley and Fettersworth look over and see this ship approaching, and they see her upon it, and both of them also are immediately fearful. They both kind of shrink back. Bigley even just kind of not thinking about it, he drops Fettersworth's hands and he takes a step back, almost subconsciously.
Your Highness. Stiff upper lip.
And
Stand your ground.
he stammers a bit and follows suit. He stands tall, shoulders back, head up.
And your hand.
You can see that he's trembling.
Your hands.
And
Take his hand, Your Grace.
He takes a breath and reaches towards Fettersworth. Fettersworth kind of also reaches back as well, just as that ship is perfectly parallel to your own. And Advisor Glenetta gestures, and a servant kind of stumbles over and brings over a plank, bridges the gap between the two. She steps upon it, and it's not that she necessarily walks so much as she glides down onto your ship. And she looks very sternly at Bigley and Fettersworth, and then the rest of the misfits. She kind of has this look of disgust on her face as she looks about. And she taps the cane on the deck, and with every tap, there seems to be this reverberation, this effect that kind of seizes up Bigley and Fettersworth. And their hands are just a mere inch away. And it seems like they're just frozen.
Advisor, may I present to you the King of Heteronomia and his Grace, future King of Heteronomia.
No. That is enough of this nonsense. I am done with this farce. This is not a wedding. This is not a marriage. This is not happening. Bigley, you are to do as you were told. I'm going to bring you back home, and we will once again approach the Queen, and that is who you are to wed. Fettersworth will be taken back, and we will speak no more of this.
On what authority?
Mine.
And what is your
I am
authority,
That's
advisor?
the authority.
That's confusing to me though, because isn't he the king?
He is a puppet who dances to my strings.
The king holds the crown. He is strong enough to stand on his own 2 feet, unaloft by strings.
Is he?
You are
And again, she taps that
advisor.
cane, and you can see there's something of an effect where Bigley's knees kind of tremble and he stumbles as if he is finding it hard to actually stand.
She like pushes him back up.
I would say at that point, Onyx steps in front of Bigley and Fettersworth, and you can kind of see a little bit more her popping in.
You will not threaten the king of Heteronormia.
Onyx, you said that you were stepping forward?
I'm stepping in front of Bigley and Feathersworth, almost like protecting them as they let go just a little bit more.
Okay, all right. She raises an eyebrow at this, and the corner of her mouth kind of quirks up as if she finds this amusing. You think you can stop this? No, I think not.
You are not of royal blood. You stand upon a court, a board. You provide consultation, advisory. To attempt to subsede the crown, to undermine the crown, is treason under the law of the authority that is Heteronormia. Neat paperwork that I have learned that you taught me.
She's going to step forward and use a string on you. Persists. And she commands, you will stand down and close your mouth of this matter. That is a direct order from your authority.
Is this a roll?
I'm looking it up real quick.
I don't know!
All right, for Seeker. You can, let's see, I believe this could be a heart roll. If you attempt to deny. But this is one of your commandments.
I have a conviction.
This is true.
That defies that commandment.
So it's going to defy that. Okay. New beliefs. Each time you live up to it. Okay. Living up to this conviction would drop your tradition by 1 point.
That's fine. It was already at 3.
That's true. You were inching your way upwards. Okay. You live up to that conviction.
Advisor, there are no strings on me.
She seems shocked by this.
And so has the king willed it. Oh no, Keisha's gone!
Oh, sorry. It was so bright. My eyes. Okay, so if you each time you live up to a conviction, reduce your tradition by 1 and ask an onlooker if they agree with that conviction. Who is that onlooker?
The king. When the law is unjust, the law must be broken. When authority is corrupt, it must be subverted.
He would look to you, and he is fearful, but he gains some strength from you standing up to Glenetta.
Your
And you
Highness,
see him.
there are no strings on you either.
And he stands a bit taller and he nods, but it's not quite enough. He still has so much fear of Glenetta.
Your Grace. Guide your king. As rightful queen.
Glenetta is going to draw her sword, which is just
As will
within that
Perseus.
cane. And she is going to take a step forward very forcefully. And Onyx had stood between her and Bigley as well. So she is going to probably go towards Onyx first, seeing Onyx as a bigger threat. And she wants to attempt to like sidestep and then cut the side, hoping with just one swift attack to get you out of the way as quickly as possible, Onyx. Quite literally trying to cut you down as she's trying to make her way to Bigley. She's had enough of this nonsense and just wants to get straight to it. She will forcefully take him aboard, back to Heteronormia, if she must.
Counter argument. Do I have enough reaction time to transform?
Oh yeah, definitely. So you full on transform. What does this look like?
Biter!
As you...
As I say, I would like to imagine that Onyx, when finally letting go, probably closer to the size of the and a solid black Onyx coat of fur. As just
Nice.
full on werewolf.
Full on werewolf.
And then
All right. So you get to roll daring with your transformation.
Mhm.
Ah, woo!
Could be better. That's an 8.
Okay, 8. That still gets you an option. You have 4, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You currently don't have a condition, so you
I think I know
can.
which one I'm going. I'm going to take the 4th one. I can move in ways no ordinary person.
Okay, so you are much swifter. You are much more in tune with your environment, and you can you sidestep as she takes a swing at you, dodging the blade entirely with your bestial reflexes. He is surprised by this, but seeing you step out of the way, she's still making her way towards Bigley.
Nope. Intercept.
And, yep,
This would try to grab.
okay. Just kind of reach back. No, you don't. Yeah, go ahead and give me another daring roll. As this transpires, Acantha, where are you positioned currently? How are you kind of reacting to all of this?
I think um I've been like off to the side, not like far, but like kind of keeping a close eye. The moment she drew her sword, I definitely was like drew mine as well. But I think I'd want to um go to Bigley, one to make sure I'm like close to him so she can't get close.
Okay.
And I want to kind of like I guess like quickly talk to him and just say, what's more important to you right now? Your love for this man or your fear of her? And I want to try to use my power of conviction to snap him out of his fear. If I can.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's see what that looks like. So it looks like spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
That's gonna be 8.
8.
Mhm.
All right. So you see that your words somewhat reach him, and he kind of looks down at you almost in shock because he was just so focused on Glenetta. But you snap him out of it a bit, and he kind of just blinks out of it, and he gives you a look of gratitude, and he too tries to step forward as well, very protectively in front of Fettersworth, who still seems to be trembling somewhat in the presence of Glenetta. Glenetta is being intercepted by both Onyx and Persisus. Onyx, you are reaching out to try and grab her. You manage to get a hold of her collar, like her very
Okay, I rolled
high.
a 10.
Beautiful. All right. So you definitely grab onto her. Are you just trying to hold her in place? Are you trying to like yank her back?
Oh, just gently lift her into the air. That was not
Gently.
touching the ground.
She immediately just starts saying, "Unhand me!
You
How
cad!
dare you! This is improper!" As you successfully kind of grab onto her, and she's kind of almost wildly swinging about. there are others who are now descending from that ship onto yours as well. Some of them seem to be approaching from the side as if they may try to go at Fettersworth, and others kind of acting as backup to Glenetta. She's just kind of like kicking and
I
screaming,
disarm
quite
her.
literally, in Onyx's grip. So you want to knock away her sword.
I want to disarm her.
Okay. How is
sword
it that
is
you
Can
want
I
to go
ask
about
a
that?
question?
Yes.
Your new girlfriend,
Um,
hey! Like,
Yeah,
looks like my
I
friends
know
need
I'm
help
not,
down
I know
there.
I'm not here, but I was just wondering if I could get in on it for a second. I do have a playbook move. It's a bit of a stretch, but what I
Okay.
was thinking is with Nature's Touch,
Hmm.
I could like use that power as a catalyst through
A little
Tempest
static shot.
and
Hell yeah.
Okay.
send some lightning down on the other ship to make it like, I don't know, like catch on fire or kind of go askew.
You are the
And
earth
kinda
that is in
take
the
the
wind. You
attention
are the
to it.
leaves on the wind right now.
I'm just a
That's
leaf on the
amazing.
wind.
No!
Yeah. Oh no.
How do you clean your spear? Put it through the wash.
No. How
Oh,
dare you?
boo!
Oh.
Wow.
Persistence gets a
Unreasonable.
condition for no apparent reason.
No! That was the most unreasonable death I'd ever seen on screen. I'm just like, why?
Yeah, for real though. All right, Nature's Touch. Go ahead and roll Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Advantage because you're pussy getting eaten by a god.
Hell yeah.
Or you got
You
god pussy on
guys-
your face or something.
Everyone notes that there is suddenly this like thunder cloud that appears above
Fucking
both
funnel.
of the ships. Yes, and it's just like crackling with energy. You guys,
It's an 11.
Damn!
you can sense Petaline's presence. So you said you wanted to send down like a strike of lightning onto that
Yeah.
ship.
Forcibly.
Yeah, you tell me what happens to that ship with that magnificent roll.
There's like this huge lightning strike all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere. And it hits the mast of the other ship, and there's a super loud crack. And it heaves the whole mast from the center, and it just topples over. And as it's falling, it has caught on fire from the lightning bolt. So it's actively on
Ooh.
fire,
Like that.
laying on the ground of the ship.
All right. And you technically would have this option. You, for sure, I would say, can clear your condition. And you can also, if you want to, you can use figure out a person. Or they will take a condition if you want, like just to kind of follow through with
Yeah, on Glenetta.
what Nature's Touch does.
I think she should
Yeah.
take a condition. I think she should
Either
be
frightened or hopeless. Yeah.
hopeless. Yeah, either way.
Hopeless seems like a pretty good one. Yeah.
Where she sees it.
Yeah, she's
Just like,
she's been incapacitated and suddenly her ship is now on fire from this random lightning strike.
Her sword is winging through the air.
Yes, everything is working against her. She is desperate. She tries to wrest her way out of Onyx's grip, and she calls to the few who managed to converge onto your ship, to the Heteronormians, and she says, "You must split them up. End this. You release me. This
Do you
cannot
stand
happen."
to defy your king?
I,
Bow
and
to your king.
you see Bigley step forward, and he looks Glenetta in the eyes, and he very strongly and proudly, maybe with just the slightest tremor in his voice, but he still says it, and he says, I am choosing my path, and you are no longer directing me. You are no longer demanding what I do. I choose my own path, Glenetta. You are hereby officially relieved of your duty.
Immediately,
Glenetta's jaw just
Persis
dropped.
hands her a pink slip. She just she holds a pen out to Bigley. Your signature, Highness.
And he like reaches over, but he has like really bad just like peripheral vision, so he grabs for a second and then finds that and
she just moves the paper
signs
for him,
away
because she knows his signature. She tears it out and she hands it to her.
And Glenetta is just utterly speechless at this, as she just kind of like takes the slip and looks up at Bigley, and he just kind of waves her away like, you may take your leave now. We have no need of you. Good day.
It is expected that your office shall be cleared by Monday morning, so that way another person suitable for your position may take it.
I can imagine with Bigley saying that, Onyx takes her over and just kind of yeets her onto the other ship.
He just toss her aside, quite literally.
On her can.
And she goes with a, oh, I never! As she's tossed overboard onto the ship, and it breaks away. All of the others who were part of her crew just like kind of scrambling and launching themselves over as well.
Just like snarls at them.
Some of them kind of screaming as they run away.
I will be contacting your unit commander. You will all be put through drills this afternoon if I have anything to say about it. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but my knees are quaking and I think I'm going to pass out.
Oh no! Does anyone catch her?
I would try to go catch her.
Okay.
I was gonna say we're both right there.
Yeah, both of
Yeah,
you
true.
just on
Just
either
two
side.
people, like
She just like in the air, just become this like fetal position. I just fired the authority.
Okay.
You're
It
breaking
happens to
so
the
many
best of us.
commands.
Oh, I'm so fired. Well, no.
Mayhem in the background is just like, yeah! Now this is a wedding! I like it!
King Bigley is the authority now. King Bigley is the authority now, and so is his queen, Fettersworth.
Which some might find that a little terrifying, but...
You may put me down.
And
unhand me, please. Thank you.
Bigley turns towards Fettersworth, and he immediately drops down to a knee, and he holds Fettersworth's hands, and he says, I will no longer allow anything to come between us. We will be together as we wish. We will be side by side as we are meant to. We are going to enact many changes throughout that kingdom for the betterment of it. And I know I'll be able to do it with you at my side. I love you, Vetty. And I want to be by your side for all of eternity. Come what may. Any obstacles that arise, we will strike them down. Or Persis will do it.
Yes!
But she's pretty damn good at it.
Yes, I am!
And Fettersworth, with tears in his eyes, just gives the biggest smile, and he immediately pulls Bigley in.
Up, 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 up.
For,
Captain, please say the words. She just like grabs both their lips.
y'all are hitched.
Okay,
Do
now
the
you made it.
thing.
Okay, now, sorry. Old
And the
habits.
two kiss very passionately.
Oh dear.
Extravagantly.
They're already
It's
like...
a whole Bigley just like dips Fettersworth, his
No,
hair
Fettersworth dips
draping over
Bigley.
both of them. Yeah, even better.
And they fall on the
Overloaded
ground and then
strong.
like... Oh dear, I've just realised we're going to have to prepare the castle for newlyweds.
Some of the birds in the background are like lighting off the fireworks, some of them riding the fireworks and launching off as they burst in the air. And as they burst, there's like lightning bolts also crackling down as well in celebration. The two are wed, and they continue on with the rest of the misfits to Heteronormia, where they're going to renew this kingdom. They're going to bring forth a wave of change. And surprisingly, a lot of people are actually very welcoming of it. It was change that they needed, that they wanted for so long. And now they finally have someone who is going to go through with it and enact it. The Misfit crew, you have successfully brought the two lovebirds from one kingdom to the other. You had gotten through the sirens. You had a tussle with the dame. You encountered the goddess as well, and wherever Pedaline is, I'm sure at some point she will probably reappear again whenever she so chooses. But is also given the option to...
Hair always standing on end. Just
Yeah.
like,
oh yes.
like
Electrified.
windy.
In a whole new way. Pedaline would be given the option if she would want to join Tempest in being part of the skies and soaring with her for however long, for wherever, if she wishes. And of course, if Pedaline wanted to continue on the adventures on the land below or with the misfits,
You know, not
he would
open
be
an
free to do
Airbnb
that
together.
and just... Yeah, and Tempest would just maybe drop in every now and then for a visit.
Persis would totally use that to her advantage, to the advantage of the safety of the
course.
kingdom. You know,
Of
you know,
course.
as provided matchmakers, you do owe the kingdom a debt.
Us?
No, she's conscripting a goddess to protect the fucking king.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yes.
That's fine.
It's like
as
over
one does.
tea. Could you? I hate to ask you, but could you please encourage your girlfriend to rain on the eastern fields today? It's been quite dry over there lately.
No.
You say that.
Well, I can
according to
ask
women,
her,
too.
but you know how it is with goddesses. They usually need tribute of some
Oh, then
kind.
bring her flowers or something. Don't you know how to treat a woman?
Oh, I can. Well,
I have a book
it's
on it,
not me
but
that
it's for
needs to
it's for
treat a
gentlemen,
woman.
of course. But I'm sure it's about the same thing. One moment. Make sure
yeah, I
that
would
she
come
has
back for
dinner
the
on.
wedding for sure.
Make sure
would
she has
be-
dinner on the table at 6. Nope, not that book. Out.
It is certainly just as extravagant and ridiculous as one would expect. The reception, one could call it, or perhaps like the wedding itself, which obviously all were invited to. Onyx, would you go to the wedding and would you continue on with the Misfits afterwards? What would Onyx do at this point?
I think Onyx would probably be a wallflower after calming down. And just kind of stay in the back.
Like,
Mostly. mostly due to the uncomfortable sensation of civilization.
Totally fair. It is very out of your element here.
I'm sure your feathery captain probably knows a thing or two about that feeling.
Well, maybe a little bit.
Another thing.
Acantha,
Ah,
would you be joining in the festivities?
Yeah,
Would you
definitely.
be?
Free food, so
Oh
can't say no to free food.
The bar is open.
Wow.
Also that.
yeah, Mayhem would hit that up first thing.
Yeah, Acantha is drinking the entire time.
Now that we don't have to cover the advisor's quite exuberant salary, now that I've actually seen the books with their Grace Fettersworth, we can afford such a thing.
Oh, easily.
Her salary was
For sure.
was at least 50 years worth of raises.
Hell
It usually
yeah.
is.
There's much celebration and triumph as you guys are part of the wedding and the festivities, and eventually, perhaps you go your own way to experience another story for another day. But you succeeded in seeing Bigley and Fettersworth finally be able
Married
to
and
wed
then
one
wedded.
another. Yes.
Nice and legal, and then the reception was killer. Somebody's pants definitely got ripped.
Oh, at least.
Doing the splits. Not the other way, you dirty whore.
It could be
I was
both.
gonna say, mine got patched again because of the transformation. So
Onyx D,
Maybe
you
it was
cannot
already
take up the bathroom with your trysts. There's only one bathroom in this wing.
Maybe Dame Dalen comes swinging on in if
Oh yeah.
one were want to have
Playing
a
it
bit of a
hard.
dance with her. And that would be the end of the
Yeah.
story.
Wow.
Nicely done, everybody.
There was a
GG.
lot going on
Good
there.
job. There was a
GG.
lot.
I'm impressed you wrapped it up so
I know.
succinctly.
We
I
did
love it.
totally not skip over anything at all in
right.
order to
Okay.
do
I
this.
see.
We
Of
did
course
not
No,
quickly go through things when I realized
No,
what
that was just my
it's
stuff.
good to have filler. Just
Good
means that
job,
those ideas get
Keisha.
used again. Good job, Keisha.
You did the
Uh,
thing.
Good job, everybody.
Awesome job, everyone.
great.
Thank you so much for your time and helping us raise awesome charity.
Yeah.
Rating somebody, so stick around for that.
My favorite part was when Pedaline got to forevermore eat goddess pussy.
that was not
Like, that was epic.
expecting that.
I was like not expecting that. I was like,
Was
Well,
not
one of
expecting that.
one of my trials was to kiss someone dangerous, so I would say that I completed that
Yeah,
for sure.
Totally
You did.
did.
Oh,
Yay.
sure, kissing several parts of danger right now. Yeah.
We're gonna go
And on
raid
that note,
Rolls
No need for
Revamped.
batteries either.
Yay! Girls revamped, our friend.
Hey.
Yeah, they're playing Monster Prom 3. They just hit 50 followers, so if you haven't given them a follow yet, please do so. They're on their way to affiliate, not associate. I don't know why I was going to say.
Worse.
I know why I was going to say associate. We were talking about prisoners who work on Monday, and that's what they're called. And they're allowed to work, associates.
Oh.
And I finally thought of it. Oh my god.
Do they have to file their taxes too?
I have no idea.
Imagine being in the
Probably.
prison system, which is already a systemic fucking nightmare, and you have to pay you have to pay fucking taxes on your penny fucking prison
Mhm.
wages.
Anyway,
yikes.
stick around for that raid. We will see you later. Have a good one.
Bye. Good night.
Stay gay.